Morning, morning. How is everyone? Howdy. Howdy. Take 2.22222. Exactly. G'day, you dunce. G'day. Terrible. Well, it's about to get better. You need new mugs? What? They're broken. David gets free TTS. As you say it, Bucky, David takes it. But ad's about to hit.
Finally.
Finally. Use it wisely, David. Use it wisely. So yeah, I am going to be streaming Wednesday because of yesterday's internet issue. I don't know what it was. I just know that the internet was out. And there's the ads. That's right, I should, So I'm still getting a couple things set up, so... Yes, because otherwise the person that's using it for free could just, like, hammer out 50 different messages a minute. I think it's 30 seconds now, actually. But I don't know. Cannot remember.
Got it.
Okay, here I am. Hello. How are we? Properties. Set that. Make sure that works. Oops. Shuffle you over. Voila. I have things organized now. Alright, so yes, this Sunday is the last day of the competition for said photos of mugs. It's the last week. Sunday is when the competition ends. Unless there's like a lot of people that are like, no, delay it until the end of the month. So my Sunday, March 16th, is when the competition's planned on ending, but we can always alter it and whatnot. Alright. We're still getting drones to work. But it's not good. It doesn't need to be good. There's only 2 pictures submitted so far. What up, Ant? That reminds me. Ant, you redeemed the mug, I saw, which is good. So we will redo the giveaway for the last remaining mug today. That was loud. That was loud. What up, Chungus?
If anyone says anything that's not a dad joke, but someone say anything that might be a dad joke, then why when I say anything Hypno says it's a dad joke?
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. I have no idea. I don't think I've ever said anything you've said is a dad joke. You're not a comedian, so... Like, you are a joke, but... Doing good, Chungus. Doing good. Today, we are continuing with our drone logic. So, I decided... You're allowed to redeem the mug? Nice. I've decided that with the drone, rather than have it deploy off the player or like off the exosuit and then have it try to balance itself out and fly up. Hello, Alex. Welcome back in the YouTube chats.
Why did the node break up with its partner in Godot 4.3? Because it freed itself from a toxic instance.
Okay, fair enough. It's unfortunately today's not Dad Joke Sunday. It's unfortunate. It's Monday. And check show off. Let's have a look. See. Trying to remake Crossy Road on Roblox. I mean that looks pretty solid. I've never seen Crossy Road. But I mean that looks pretty solid. It's Sunday for you. Doesn't matter. It's not Sunday for me, and Australian time is the only time that matters in this stream. Okay? It's the only time. The only time that legitimately exists. Crossy Road is like Frogger. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, what I'm doing with the drone is rather than having it like shoot off and like try to balance itself out and then float up sort of thing, I'm going to have something on the exosuit for each of the equip slot positions, which will essentially deploy out. So it'll be like a landing area that will deploy out. The drone will like land on it, and then that will like flatten out against the player, sort of thing, and it will hold it there. So it's not going to be wobbling around or anything. It's going to be secure in place. And then when it deploys, that arm goes out first, so the drone's flat, and then the drone just needs to start flying. Like, it just needs to be given enough thrust, like enough upward force to hover. So what we need to do today, I'll show you what I did yesterday when the stream, or when my internet went haywire. So we deploy it, and you see how it like goes out like that. And right now, we go into remote. Go into the nav region. Look at the drone. So it's got a constant force of 98 kilograms up. So if we up that to 99, it starts going up. And if we drop it to 97, then its linear velocity...
I have to always think it is the next day here. I see.
Starts going down. And we set it to 98. This comes back to 0 at some point. And then it just starts hovering at that spot. So what we need to do now is figure out how much linear velocity we want to apply. Whether it's like what force we want to apply to the drone to make it go up and down and whatnot. Drink water? Ah, yeah, I can do that. It's a warm day today. And you don't have to think that it's the next day. It's just today. That's it. It's today. And today is Monday. So, simple. G'day, Luke. How are we? That's gonna be a big problem too. Because I don't really want it to get knocked onto the ground or anything like that. I'm doing good, Luke. Doing good. If only I concentrate in my control engineer module. Pretty sure that would be useful to set up sharp movements. Probably. I think we can deal with it though by just making sure that it, like, when it's below 2 meters in height, it always has a bit more upward velocity. Because what we need is something like this. So where we have the hover force, like each fan gives it a little bit extra. But the issue is, if we keep adding a constant force, then it keeps increasing every single time. So there's no set constant force. Which means it would essentially be no force at each fan position. Instead of having a force applied at each fan position, we just have the constant force up. And then where we want to turn, we go, all right, it needs to move to this area. So it needs to, it needs to tilt that way, sort of thing. Like tilt and rotate that way and have a velocity in that direction, sort of thing. Because at the moment we just do this. So we set the force. We set the constant force to be just up, basically. And then in here will be its base movement. So I guess we probably don't need this then. Define a motor and its force, then let the physics be simulated. The issue with that, Perilous, is you have 4 fans. Like, trying to simulate the 4 fans giving appropriate force to keep it balanced, and then when it turns slightly, giving it appropriate force to properly move and stay up, like stay in the air. And then when something hits it, because it's a rigid body, making sure it doesn't, like, spin out of control and, like, fly off into fucking whatever. It's a nightmare. 1 for lateral movement, 3 for rotations. I mean, we already have talk.
Hi Hypno. Today's tip is, focus on what you can control, let go of what you can't, and don't waste energy on things that don't add value to your life.
Lies and slander. I love to focus on things that don't add value to my life. Talk as the rotational forces. Yeah. I imagine simplified to a single momentum vector, but you're right, it wouldn't work like motors. Exactly. Exactly. That reminds me. Let's see. Yeah, don't worry about that. Because, yeah, it's... I could... So, Perilous, like, I'm happy with people making suggestions, but like I myself understand in general principle how it should work. The problem is I don't know how to implement it in code. So I'm fine with people making suggestions on, oh, this is how it would work. That's all well and good, but if you can't tell me how to do that or point me to resources on how to do that, it's worthless. Or the way drones turn is by increasing the speed of the counterclockwise fans as opposed to the clockwise ones. Basically, you do a lot of work to simulate a drone. Yes, I could spend like 6 months simulating a drone, and I don't have time for that. If it like yaps about Godot, you're gonna be it's gonna be a good yap session. I know, right? We don't want to spend huge amounts of time simulating a drone in Godot. We don't want to do that. All we want to do is make the drone function how we want it to function in the game. That's it. That's it. Let's not worry about making complete realistic physics, all right? It's a game after all. And not just a game, it's an indie game. So, you know. Use a lot of smoothing and lerps to make the flight drag. Yeah. So yeah, at the moment, I just give it a hover force so that it stays hovering. When the rotation goes out, let's see, I think what I could do... I could move some of this down into here, actually. Just make sure that still does things that I want. You can take the route of manually adjusting positions, because if you deal with forces, you need to set up controls to make the movement sharp. Yeah, and like honestly, as I said, I wanna get this proof of concept with the drones, the turrets, the rollers, and all that done by end of June. I don't want to be here until the end of the year still setting up a drone controller. So... that's why. Because I turned off freeze. So yeah, I may as well keep them there. Was trying to add dynamic functions, but in the end, backed them out. Yeah. I got a lot of work done on my puzzle game over the weekend. A lot of code, then trying to break things. Looking to build a multi-seller platform with LEMP stack, but have minimal coding skills. Where can I find truly skilled developer to hire? What should I check before bringing someone on? And how do I make sure there are no backdoors or sketchy stuff in the code once they're done? It really depends on where you are as to how you would find developers to hire. Best way to do it would be just like reach out to developers, go to developer meetups, stuff like that, meet developers and whatnot, start networking so that you can find good developers through networking. And then they'll be able, like, through them, you'll meet other people and whatnot. And what you want to do, if you're starting up a company like that, you want to find someone that you know that you can trust. You don't want to hire a random person that might not care about the project and stuff like that. Because if you do, they could just move on as soon as possible. The other thing, you should probably learn a little bit of coding, just so you've got some idea, like just an idea of what they're talking about in the interviews. You don't need to fully understand anything. You just need to be able to go, okay, so they know how to actually set up something in PHP. Cool. Otherwise, you need to hire someone that knows that stuff, so that when you are looking to hire someone, you don't have someone that's good at throwing out buzzwords but doesn't actually know the technology. It's a difficult thing, boy. Difficult thing. I'm still stuck, but I think I see why now. Good. I got full game loop in, level selection interfaces, main menu done, all scaled for web and desktop. Nice, Mike. Hello, Kadao. How are you? With those specs, higher, better be like 100k range. Well, that's the thing, Perils. Like, yeah, they might be looking for a contractor, at which point it becomes day range, which is going to be even more expensive. But yeah, I don't know enough about where they are, and like if it's a company that they've started or something like that. Because if it's a company they've started, then they're going to need like that they'll have financing somehow. And then it's like, all right, well, how much financing? Because that'll depend on who you can hire. But yeah, it's not enough info to really help. I'd say the best thing to do would just be networking. Just network with people, go to developer meetups, maybe find someone that is also interested in the idea and wants to work with you. You're job hunting you're job hunting too, Kadao. Nice. I don't know anyone using or aware of Laravel without a lot of experience. Yeah. What are we working on today? We're still getting our drones flying correctly. That's what we're doing. You find yourself deep in a dark cave. What do? Stay in the center? Look for a light source? Just sleep in the cave until someone helps. Yeah, there's no guarantee that someone's going to help, though. I'd look for a light source. I'd use my echolocation. I'll think with all the software engineer YouTubers like Prime or Theo, a lot of juniors do know about it. They know about it, but they don't know it. Like, I know about COBOL. I don't know COBOL. Echolocation OP? Yeah, it is. Yeah. So that does that. But then I do that. That adds a force to it, which means we need a counteracting force to stop it. This is gonna be real difficult. I have no idea where to start. It isn't even useful until you're at a high level architectures in databases, from what I understood, which wasn't much. What, COBOL or Laravel? Because Laravel's just a PHP framework, the same as WordPress and React and stuff like that. React, obviously, a JavaScript framework. WordPress is PHP. But yeah, it's just a framework. It's just a PHP framework. That's all it is. Nothing special about it. I think a lot of servers are automatically coming with decent levels of database workload. Like you have servers that are dedicated specifically to databases. Yes. But most servers aren't even working with a database. Alright, so instead of this, what we need to do if state is state device deploying. I've also got to rename these states because these are very specific. Actually, no, because I've got these states are fine. This here is the important part.
I cast Why Won't You on yesterday and announcements didn't help, so I can sort of read as it is because of dyslexia, and that's why some of you have completely different answers to when you reply to me, and when you reply to me, it only says at GooseFat27 because Twitch Mobile is silly and doesn't say what you're replying to me.
Tomorrow there was just an issue with my internet. The NBN had unscheduled maintenance, which means something on the NBN side broke, and they had to fix it. That's all.
That was fast.
Yeah. Yeah. So if it's docked, then I can return out for that. Don't need to do anything if it's docked. Simple. That was extremely fast, accurate, actually. What can I say? My TTS knows what it's talking about. Can do that. Okay. So under here, I think we can just go match state. Enums this will be I guess we can do it in here to start. But essentially what we need to do. So the drone is level when... Well, actually, no, it's not level. See, these are our issues. Is the rigid body's no longer frozen. So it's able to move about. Whatnot. Give me my points, Twitch. You're meant to be giving me my 500 points or something. Where are they?
Why couldn't the tree get on his computer? Because he could not log on.
A tree always has root access too. There you go. There's one for you, Oki. Gamer. God damn it, gamer. What up, Oki? How are you doing today? I'm leaving after that. Hey, I would say mine was a good continuation from yours. So yeah, because it's... I could just leave it having that hover force. I cannot believe you.
Why are you the way
The Knights
you
of
are?
Ni are taking over this stream. Eki, 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 eki.
Did you forget the rest of what they say, David? But the way, like, I am the way I am because I'm hilarious. Alright? There's nothing I can do about it. It's eki, 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 patang, boo boing, zoo. I love it. Knights of Ni. So good. Moki Doki, because that's my legal name. Damn right. Damn right. So we give it a constant hover force. So that way it's... TTS can't do that last part properly. True. This is very true. TTS can't do that last part properly. Okie dokie has arrived late. That's okay. You have arrived, and that is the main thing. Okay, so... when we go into the idle state, what we want to do is check how far to the ground we are. Which that all happens in here still. So we do... let's see, height. Actually, no. Altitude? Would altitude be a better way? Better... I'm pretty sure altitude's a better word to use there. The height of a thing above a reference level, especially above sea level or above the Earth's surface. Yeah, cool. Cool, cool, cool. So we have altitude. It clamps at most 2.4. Altitude is fixed from sea level, not from ground level. It's from a reference level. So it can be ground level, it can be sea level. It depends on what your reference is. So if we do that, we know how far we are off the ground. So being that far off the ground, we need to go... Actually, it's going to be 0. Now, what we need... How can I tell someone I know who's in university that they will not fail a computer science class? They had an assignment, which they said they did, but then the assignment site bugged out and gave them a 0, which leaves them with an F. Okay. From the information we have, Oki, it sounds like they're gonna fail. How much of their grade does this assignment make up? If the site bugged out, did it only bug out for them? Or did it bug out for everyone? Because if it bugged out for multiple people, then they might allow them to resubmit it with no penalty. If it's only 10%, God, yeah, they're not going to fail because of this. Jesus Christ. That there being like, oh no, this assignment, I've failed. I'm not going to pass this class because 10% is a 0. You do realize that you just, like, you've still got 90% that you can get. Like, that's still...
Hard for a perfectionist.
Yeah, I never understood perfectionists. Like, people that say they're perfectionists, if they say that they have completed anything, it's like, well, you're not a perfectionist then, because nothing's ever complete if you're a perfectionist. They said just them, and the system said it took them 11,000 minutes. Yeah, that's... all they need to do is speak to the professor and be like, hey, look, obviously this system's freaked out because I didn't do it for 11,000 minutes. So... I've definitely pulled the "oh no, my internet went out" trick back in school to get an extension. Yeah, they should just talk to the professor. What if they're a perfectionist, perfectly accepted that nothing is ever completed? They're still not a perfectionist. That's just being a person, accepting that not everything is perfect. Hypno was out of dad jokes. I'm always out of dad jokes. The best I can do is a D grade joke. That's it. Oddly round number for a human to land on. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Very odd number. Well, if you're an imperfectionist, congratulations, you're a human. Same actually. They exist for but a moment. So, we need apply linear velocity and
It is just a flesh
increase I'm an imperfectionist who strives for bare minimum quality. Apply linear velocity. I think that's the issue that we have, though. I need to remove this constant force. So the constant forces only need while it's being deployed, so that it doesn't drop down. Oh, not probably. They are gonna be fine. Atticus! G'day, you dunce. How are we? What were you up to today, Atticus? Welcome in all. I'm Hypnotic, if you don't know my face. I'm currently looking to get the world's longest mustache record, which is currently 63.5 centimeters. I have a long way to go. And we're working on a action RPG. All the details are right there. Nightbot just posted them. So, you know, working on decentralized Git and doing words. Yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Decentralized Git. F equals fun. I mean, that's one of the things that F equals. That's for sure. We forgot lube in the words. I mean, that's easy to forget. Can't imagine it's a word that you use very often. F is for forget about it. When Trickier and I are alone on my stream for hours at a time, F just doesn't mean fun. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. So my internet is working properly today. So we're not gonna have issues. Hopefully. Hopefully. But yes, what we are aiming for today, right here, drone flying part 2. So we're working on the forces required to make this thing fly. So right now, it's, well, actually, we got some bugs to figure out, but so it's facing away from the player. It's mounted on the side. It needs to deploy out. And then once it's deployed out, it needs to start being given an upward force, like a linear force upwards, so that it can start flying. Calculating that is the challenge. Because we know, based on this here, this is the force required to hover the drone. That's the force required for it to stay still. Alright? Using his neighbor's Wi-Fi for sure? Never. He does that all the time. Mm-hmm. DSLR, what up? How are you doing this fine day? It's actually not a fine day. It is humid AF. What a long stream you had yesterday. I know, right? I know. The National Broadband Network thought that it was still May 9th. They thought it was still International Women's Day. So when they heard that I was doing Dad Jokes Sunday, they were like, I'm gonna shut off everyone's internet for the area. March, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I don't pay attention. I don't follow a regular calendar, all right? For me, it goes July, September, May, August, June, Alright, you see how my months are different? It's completely messed up. The only month that stays in the same spot as a regular calendar is December. That's the only one.
I was glad it ended early, because I didn't see the pin and got timed out. Laugh out loud.
How did you not see the pin? Like, it was the second week we did it. It was the second week we did it, and I even said multiple times leading up to the Sunday, don't forget, Sunday is Dad Joke Sunday. I'm given as much notice as possible. What up, Camologist? Ah, yes, Camologist. That is currently David's today. David is the one with free TTS. Everyone else is relegated to channel redeems and bits for TTS. I need to update that as well. Like, if you open the channel redeems, then you'll find the different TTS characters in there. So, can't fire us all. Mods should enforce Dad Joke Monday. But Perilous, you're not even a mod. Like, what the hell are you talking about? You're not even a mod, Perilous. What's this? What's this? He can't fire us all. And what's this fired business? They don't get paid. They're just doing it whenever they want.
Shout out for Tricky Lady, you were not first.
That's correct. You were not first. I was first. Alright? I was first. Doesn't matter if I didn't redeem it. The stream doesn't happen without me being here first. So, you know. Okay, I was first. That's an abuse of power, Oki. That is an abuse of power. You can all declare yourself first, that's fine. It's perfectly fine. So this here, the idle state, set constant force to 0. And then we need... Because the issue is... If we do...
And the Knights of Ni were 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, etc., etc., etc.
I mean, fair. That's fair. Began ordering PC parts, but the RAM is so expensive. Is it? Is it? I would have thought the GPU would be expensive. Actually, I have been hearing nothing but good things about the AMD 9070 XT GPU. If you take away Nvidia's AI generated frames, the GPU, like the 9070 XT, is like just destroys the 5070 Ti. The name cannot fit into your hand. DDR5 is like $130 for a kit of 32 gigs. I mean, it depends on which one you go for. Like if we have a look here, let's go low to high. 16, 32 gig. There you go. And that's AU. So that's going to be like $80, $90 US. That's... You got this one here, another 138. Another 138, another 138. 140. 140. There you go. Look at that. 32 gig DDR5 6000. It's tested latency, so it's about CL36 by the looks of it. Yep, CL36 right there. $140. And that's AU. So, Ord to Uzd, like $88 US. You just got to find the right stuff. Should I upgrade? I'm currently running a NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1650. Question, Oki. Does it do everything you want it to do? Like, does it run the games that you play and the software that you use and whatnot at an acceptable rate? Or is there something that it doesn't play as well as you would like it to? Like, do you want to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 at, like, max graphics? All I need it to run is Fortnite, 60 FPS. Does it do that? Because if so, no, you don't need to upgrade. Like, you don't need to do shit. Detail is crap, it's playable. So if you want higher detail, so if you want to run it at like a minimum 60 FPS with high detail and it can't do it, then yes, upgrade. But maybe look at getting like a 3070 or something like that. Like, rather than going a 3,000 or 4,000 series, just look at going for like... Okay, apparently there are no 3070s listed here. 4060 Ti's are still expensive as shit. Ah, 3050s, 3060s. Yeah, Nvidia's being real shit at the moment with their graphics cards. Well, there you go. Get like a 7600. You know, an AMD 7600. That'd do it. That'd run it fine. It's probably the RAM though, like the VRAM on it that's an issue though. There you go. 7600 XT. That'll run it. It's not much either, in comparison. I don't upgrade because I'm cheap. Although if I stop giving bits and subs, I could probably buy at least 2 pre-builds. No! No, that's a bad idea, gamer. What are you talking about? Don't be silly. Don't be silly, alright? That's nonsense talk. I do need to quickly do something. Now that we've got a bunch of people here, we have a giveaway from the other day that we need to redo. So we're going to do that before the ads hit.
Shut up and take my money.
Exactly. Well, not my money. Preferably not my money. Let's see. Oh, sweet. So, this is what pops up. So, you can see here how it pops up being like, which one do you want to redo the giveaway for? So I can select specific ones to redo the giveaway for. I like that. I like that. Alright, so we're going to redo this giveaway if you don't want to take that mug Oki. Yeah, that's good for you. So then you're just going to have to accept it. All right. Here's the giveaway. Exclamation enter to win yourself a Gedunt mug. Potentially win yourself a Gedunt mug. Okay. Exclamation enter. Let's do it. It's HTML, like it's the HTML apostrophe. That's all. What up, symbol? Exclamation enter to win a mug. That's what you got to do. Thanks for the lurk symbol. Hit that exclamation enter. Nurtner. Alright, so it's got about probably 30 seconds left or so. But it's coming to a close. So if you want a chance at winning the mug, exclamation enter. I'd enter, but I'm away from home, so cannot have it delivered. Lurking for real? Thank you, Symbol. Much appreciated. Hello, Sammy. How are you doing today? You just got here? Well, you might win a mug. What a fair game. Won a game of Titanfall. 650 to 326. That sounds fair. We got ads about to hit. And Sir Stefan. No, sorry, Dig. Dig X7. Dig X7 won the mug. There you go, Dig. Click that link there. Authorize yourself. Validate that it is you on Twitch. And enjoy your Gedunt mug. On that note, we do have ads coming in, so I'm going to start up the words. First words of the day. And I'm going to get myself a coffee while these words play. Okay, so... Oh, that's easy. That's easy. Alright, BRB, y'all.
We have a new subscriber. Welcome, and thanks for the support.
Thanks for the resub. Much appreciated, Sammy. That there, I think because you didn't resub, that's why my internet broke. My internet was like, fine, if Sammy's not going to resub, I'm not going to work. Alright. Let's turn that off. Ads are finishing.
And there was much
Absolutely
rejoicing.
crushed it. Yay! Ads are over. Alright. So. Let's see what we got here. I did set up some stuff yesterday with my hotkeys and whatnot. So, if I want to go to Godot, all I need to do is Windows key 1. And if I want to go to Chrome, I just do Windows key 2. And if I want to go to Discord, I go Windows key 5 and it brings up Discord. If I want to go to Firefox, I do Windows key 3 and it brings up Firefox. And if I want to go to Steam, I do, what was it, Windows key 4? It brings up Steam. Oh my god. That's going to be so much better. It's just, Navigation has never been better. All about efficiency. Efficiency and optimization. So what we need to do, apply force to each fan position until... It's actually... Bucky, question for you about calculating this stuff. If we apply, if we have a force being applied up, that's in meters per second. And we have that adds to the constant force up, essentially. So if I go for fan in character fans, and we do character apply force for a vector 3 up multiplied by the hover force. No, actually. Just do like a vector 3 up multiplied by... Actually, yeah, multiplied by hover force. And we apply that at the fan's position. Okay. That's going to apply that every single... Well, if we have a look, so... Sorry, the linear velocity. So, if we're applying a linear velocity at each fan, the linear velocity is meters a second. And the constant force is kilograms a second. Or sorry, kilogram times meters per second. So for this, what we would be looking at, if I play this stuff here, this is going to apply every physics process. So if we divide that by, actually multiply that by delta, so do this. See how it just drops. Which means we need to give it like, let's deploy that, go into here, have a look at the drone. Okay, so it's being given a linear velocity, but that linear velocity is in the negatives because gravity's, like, the mass times gravity is pulling it down. So for this to hover, do we need to do something like vector 3 up times... Actually, no. So if we divide that by 4, let's see. Okay, so each fan, so you can see here how it's now coming up. Or like its velocity is getting higher. It's overcoming the weight. But we need that. I've been subscribed for 9 months. Wait, it's 8. We worked out it counts day 1 as a whole month, right? No. So, when you subscribe for a month, the day that you subscribe, that is the day that you've been subscribed for a month, because you your subscription goes for a month. It doesn't get rid of it. But I think what we need that's going to make it take off. And then what this does, this will bring the linear velocity back down to 0, because this will cancel out. Well, this will be cancelled out by gravity. Am I understanding that right, Bucky? And you can think of this divided by 4 as characters, fans, size, which is just the number of fans that we have. So however many fans we have gets given that amount. And eventually this becomes 0 because it's got enough force being applied up every second that it's cancelling out gravity. Is that right? The only way I can see that being an instant thing is by setting a constant force. Because I think what we need is like, it essentially needs to be faster than gravity's deceleration to push it up to its hovering distance, like its hovering height. And I want the height that it hovers to be somewhere around 2 meters. Alright, I want it to hover somewhere around 2 meters. So obviously we need to account for... Alright, the linear velocity up will counteract gravity and also push it up. And then once it gets to that, like once it approaches that, we can cut it down so that it starts to get towards 0 and then balance it out so that the linear velocity is 0 based on the force going down when it's around 2 meters. What's up, 8? It's going okay so far. It's going okay. We're dealing with maths right now. Oh, I know why that happened. Because it went into the move state, which doesn't have any of this logic. That's why. Yep, maths. The fun stuff. It has the process physics there. Because currently we're doing it through idle. Yep. Are you able to set a constant force to keep it floating and not have that interfere with if you want to change the velocities and positions later? So I think at the moment, when we are deploying, we do give it a constant force to keep it at the hovering level. And then when we go into here, we set that. So if I remove that, It does that. Because this force, I think if I multiply this by delta, I think what it will do is it's going to add to that constant force, I'm pretty sure. Oh no. So yeah, it gives it that velocity. So we need a way to cut this velocity when it approaches the 2.5 meters off the ground. Which I feel we put that in here. Apply linear velocity. I think the only issue with giving it a constant force up is it will never come down from that height unless we just like turn off the constant velocity, or we give it a negative linear velocity. So we apply linear velocity to each fan. Like, we don't have to, like, I guess we need to do apply force, because I can't just set linear velocity, because then that doesn't take into account the position the velocity is being applied. What I suggest you do is set the force to the amount you need to counteract gravity, and if you can set that as your zero or baseline force, then when moving, vary the velocities directly, rather than changing the forces. Because the problem with the forces is they might make the accelerating and decelerating more complicated than you want. I mean, this is true. So essentially what you're saying is... But that's the thing, like, we can't... We can't give it a... What was it? We can't just tell it that this is the force at those 4 points without using one of these apply forces or using the add constant force, because those take the position that you want to apply that offset from the center, which would be the fan's position. And I guess what I could do... Because we've got the force set to counteract gravity. Like, that's done. That's set. I grab this. We equip it. That's set. That force is counteracting gravity. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm in a game jam to make a girl that is for female audience. To make a game that is for a female audience. Right. That's fair. What's wrong with that, Kenneth? You know what you can do, Kenneth. You know what you can do. You can make any game you want. And if they say, oh, this game isn't for a female audience, you can turn around and just be like, I'm sorry, but any game is for a female audience. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's very odd. Oh well. So yeah, we've got this. We've got the drone hovering. You can make a game about inventory management with small pockets. Women will get it. Small pockets and huge bags. That's it. You mean no pockets? It depends. It really depends. So yeah, we've got this hovering. And then we need to start adding... Let's actually combine. In this mode, the body's dampening value is added to any value set. You start with none and upgrade. So we have this, needs to start flying up. I need to note that down too. One where you lose breathing values, use your bra. Make sure no one in your game takes you seriously until a man says what you just said. Too real. That is too real. What the hell? Trying to make a game there, gamer. Not a simulator. Alright, so... if we give this a force of 0.1, you see how it goes down very slowly? In the game, you can go braless for a stamina boost, but everyone treats you poorly. You're either confusing the forces and velocities with each other, or you're just misnaming them. I'm not misnaming them at all. You got linear velocity here. And you got the constant force here. Alright? So there's a constant force, which is what allows it to hover. Then the linear velocity is what allows it to move. Add a force when you increase the velocity. I mean, you need to add a force to increase velocity. Like, it's not just gonna get a velocity on its own. Alright? Alright? It doesn't start moving in a direction unless a force is applied, alright? Frogger, but with a woman in heels. How can something move without a force being applied to it? How? If nothing's touching it. Yeah, but either way, something needs to start the velocity. You're not going to be looking at a drone and then all of a sudden it's flying. No, you need to do something. The fans need to do something to apply something, like to apply some sort of force, whether it's a thrust or like some sort of wind, like aerodynamics or whatnot, to cause it to start going up. It's not just gonna start going up. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Like, it's gonna stay stationary until something forces it to move, right? And that in this instance is me telling the code to make it move. Everywhere you get a little more wonky because your heels get taller. Ugh. But you understand what I mean, Bucky. I have to tell it what its velocity is gonna be. So this thing here isn't gonna move unless we do something. But if I put this at... If I put this at 0.1, then it moves up slowly. And this slowly approaches 0. This woman sim can be truly horrible. You can get a monthly debuff, and people ask you why you aren't smiling. Let's not make that. Because it was, like, it's just because I applied it. Like, I applied it there, so it just goes down. Like, it's not constantly being added. It's just something I'm adding to the editor. But that's changing because we have this constant force here. This constant force here, the 98, like the 98 kilograms times meters squared, like meters a second squared, whatnot. That is what's giving it, that's what's making it hover. That's making it hover. So right there, That's hovering because it's got a constant force keeping it at hover, like counteracting gravity. I mean, what I could do, I could just set the gravity scale to 0, so the drone just isn't impacted by gravity. I could do that. I could do that. That doesn't make sense for the velocity to decrease if the sum of its forces is 0. Why haven't I done that? Because I generally like my physics bodies to be affected by gravity. But if we want to, if that'll make things easier, we can set the gravity scale to 0. And then what I can do is I can go into here. I'll remove the constant force. And now it's just going to sit there and do nothing. So it's just going to sit there. So there's no gravity being applied to it or anything. So if I walk into it, it's just going to shoot off, sort of thing. What up, Max? All right. Why does it slow down when it's spinning? Because there's, like, it's not having the force applied to it every time. It just, it's probably, where are we? It'll be because of this. So this here is the dampening that's applied to everything when it's moving through the game world. So the default linear motion dampening in 3D, dampening is used to gradually slow down physics objects over time. Rigid bodies will fall back to this when value combining their own dampening values and no area dampening value is present. So I can get rid of that and change this to replace so that there's just no dampening and it just keeps moving forever. But now we're going to have this issue. Actually, that's because I've got this being applied. That's because I've got that being applied. So if I get rid of that again. So now it's just going to be there. Like, brush it. It's just going to keep shooting off forever now. That's why the velocity was decreasing. Well, it was, yeah. Dampening, all that stuff. So we no longer have this being impacted by gravity or dampening. So does that make these calculations easier? Alright, cool. So if I gave this a 0.1, it's going to go up at a constant rate. So if I set that at 0.5, and then immediately set it to 0, so essentially what we need to do now, if we're not taking that stuff into account, I assume we want to do if the altitude
This
is
is a
less
test.
than 2, we want to do this stuff. Else character this is just for hover at the moment, so you've still got it, David. You've still got it. So if we do this, so we can do that sort of thing. Went to a different stream for a while. That's all right. It doesn't change from you, David, unless you tell me to give it to someone else. Your name is always right here. If I change that, then someone else gets it.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. I'm not going to take it away from you just because you're not here. That would be mean. So if we did this sort of stuff... Ah, damn it. Jeepers. That went up real high. What I could do... I wonder... drone... velocity curve. So if we go 0, 0, and the out is 0.5, 0.5. No, this isn't going to be right at all. Let's delete that. Let's add a curve under here. Like, where's something that we can add a curve to? Here we go. Min value is 0, max value is 1. Oh, whoops. Okay, so we have the right tang, which is 0, 0. Left tang, which can be 1, 1. If I want this to be 0.5, 0.5. Okay. What if I just leave it as that? And what if we use this to determine how much should be applied?
I move for no man.
Exactly. And you shouldn't either, right? They should get the way. They should get out of your way. You were there first. You were there first. So if we use this as a sort of acceleration curve sort of thing. Okay, they could have gone around him, just like in Men in Tights. I have not seen that in so long. The last time I remember watching that, the entire time I was just like, this movie has not aged well. Gotta make a cooking game where you make stuff, and it will have a very big twist that I will not show for my game. Do it. I accept this. Let's go characters, devices. Let's go drone velocity curve, or drone acceleration curve. That's how you spell acceleration, isn't it? Yes, it is. Cool. I do know how to do words. There we go. Beautiful. Is today gonna be a good day? Saying yes. Looks like it's gonna be a good day. But hey, any day that ends in Y is a good day. Suck it, Bucky. Suck it. The 8-ball has spoken. I do know how to word. I want to make a game that will make me famous. From famous YouTubers, such as Jacksepticeye. Oh, so you want to do that, what's it called? What's it called? There's a game that's out on itch to do with streamers. A game with satirical. Is that how you spell that? Yes. Game with satirical versions of the streamers. I don't know where it is. I missed the small section of your stream yesterday, and I lost my streak. It was probably like 50 days or something. I have stream streaks. Do I actually have stream streaks? Huh. Yeah, you can blame my ISP for that. You can blame my ISP because they had an outage yesterday that started 15 minutes after I started streaming. And I think what we can do... So rather than this, because that's very high, we can just do... we'll change that to 2.0. And we'll say curve X is going to be altitude divided by 2. Because that's going to give us, like, altitude divided by its max will give us between 0 and 1. And in here, we can say... Actually, let's go into drone. Let's load it onto here and do export var acceleration curve. And under here, we do character acceleration curve. I think it's like get point. It's index. I guess that works. We'd have to multiply it by 100 though. So we'll have this. Round. Is there no way to provide a precision to the nearest whole number? Okay, so round's not what we need. What's the thing that... Not round, it's... I need it to stay. Go for round float to 1 decimal place. I guess I could just multiply it by 100. And cast it to an int. Get point position. Invalid access property or key acceleration curve. Base rigid body. Interesting. 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 Oh, actually, I think the issue... Let me double check here. It does have acceleration curve. Ah, acceleration curve. Because I know how to spell. Because I know all the spelling. Alright, so with that done, I need to get the... I just need to get the Y value. I think. And if we have a look at this, if I can actually invert both of these, uh, 0, 1, 0, 0. We go 0.5, 0.5. Then we select this, and we turn it to 70, like so. So it accelerates. When it's near the ground, it accelerates faster, and then as it gets closer to the top, it slows down until it hits 0 for the linear velocity. That may be a better way to handle this. But I'm going to need that to be vector 3 up multiplied. Huh? Get point position in base nil. Hang on. Why is that nil? Get rid of that. Let's see what happens now. A lot of issues. Out of bounds. Ah, that's right. So what is there? What methods can we use? Returns the Y value for the point that would exist at the position X, offset along the curve. So we need to sample. I can get rid of that now. Cool. So by sampling it, we'll get the Y value. Zero. Interesting. Why is it 0? Altitude is that. Divide that by 2. Multiply that by 100. It's because I'm multiplying it by 100. That's why. There we go. Alright. So that curve probably needs to be a little bit more flattened. -1, -1. We set it about there. See what that does. Ooh, ads coming in. That means words are going to be happening. We're going to be speaking all the words instead of doing this math stuff. I think I know what the issue is, and why we can't do it that way. Because it's applying force, and that force is basically updating the linear velocity based on the force that's being applied. Yeah. Don't worry. Don't worry. Here they are. Oh, that one's easy. I'll let someone else get the large word. There is a fake letter as well. There it is. The U is fake. Ah, beat you to it, Sammy. Should have been paying attention. Too bad there's only one B, because we could have bourbon otherwise. Damn, someone already got dork. Bound. Oh, the U's fake. The born. Well, we got it. We got through it. That's the main thing. We got through it. 2 levels. Heading on to level 11. Easy. Bucky, you crushed that one. 45 points, dang. So... Pistol. No. Polite. Okay, so S is fake. S is fake. We have a plot, we have a pilot, we have a pole, we have light, we have polite. We have toil. Nice. Let's see if we can ace this level, shall we? I think we can. I think we can ace it. Hole. Yeah, you were locked, Bucky, so...
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Pelt. Lopped. No. Shit. Dang. Well, we didn't perfect it, but we passed it. Level 13 next. Let's pop that autopilot off there. Alright. E. That's right. E. I need to update that. What can it be? So I think what we need... Because we apply a force at each fan position, which gives it a linear velocity from that position based on the force. But that's not overly strong. If I get rid of that, I'm going to say every fan apply that amount of force. The issue is when it gets to the top, it has a bunch of force. So I actually need this to be the amount of force I want applied at any point in time. See, the only issue with doing it this way now is there's no way for me to tell it what the exact force should be at any point in time for a specific position. You napped? Good to hear. Now you're back? Well, you missed the words, Atticus. You missed the words. So, Bucky, how would you suggest we approach this now? Worked for like 8 hours straight on my stream. That's nothing. So what I've done, I've set up this curve here, and it's basically any point along here is what I want to become the amount of linear velocity to be applied at, like, based on how far off the ground it is. So when it's at 2 meters, it has no linear velocity being applied from any of the fans. It just kind of stays hovering at that point. When it's on the ground, it has a lot more acceleration, so it can like get up to the top faster. The only thing is to apply, like, to set the velocity, we can either tell it what the velocity is in total, or we do this apply force, which we tell it this is the position we want the force to be applied, and then that calculates what the linear velocity will be in total based on where those forces are applied. Alright? But this adds, like, this calculate adds over time, sort of thing. So if I want this to be, if I want it to do this curve, there's no way for me to say all of these fans at these positions have this amount of linear velocity right now. I have to apply it through this. So how would you approach, like, making it so that each fan is giving it a force, or is giving it a velocity, without using this stuff? I'm assuming there's some calculation that we can do where we can like loop over each fan and go, all right, this is going to be the upward velocity from the center. So based on, you know, if we're moving side to side sort of thing, like I can just do linear velocity equals this. I can just do that. Okay. But then it's not taking, like, if I need to turn, I would need to give it a torque. Is that right? Because that does, like, that's exactly what I want it to do. McCory, it's okay that you're late. Still made sure to check I could take free TTS. Unfortunately not today. You check what the velocity is, and if it matches the curve. If it's lower, you increase the force. If it's high, you decrease. If same, then don't touch it. So, like, that's kind of what's happening here. Where we're just going, all right, if the altitude is less than 2, get whatever the velocity is on this curve. Otherwise, if it's greater than or equal to 2, then get this sort of thing. I can also clamp this between 0 and 1. So that way, if it's negative, it works for idle. So it works for our idle position. If I grab this, equip it, it does that. But now, if we take into account it moving, then I assume all I would need to do is give it some sort of torque or some sort of angular velocity. Because if I rotate this, what happens if you knock into the drone? I'm not sure I can. Yeah, there we go. It just does that. And that's the issue. Like, it's not doing it based on its up direction. Like, to do that, I would have to do... character... global basis. Now if I bump into it, you see it has no velocity at the moment. Like at this size sort of thing, I would expect if the drone's spinning like this, that it's moving based on which way it's tilted. Which is kind of why we had gravity before. So that way we were giving it a constant linear velocity that cancelled out the gravitational force. And then when we bump into it and it angles, the velocity, like the linear velocity pushing up, would like turn and like make it I mean, I can make it lower. Actually, no, I can't. So that's it at 1 meter. So you can see how, like, because there's no gravitational force, it's never going to go down unless we give it a negative linear velocity. Like, these are all the values here. No, you're right. Take your time. I appreciate the math help because this is over my head. Let's open up this. Min will be 0, max will be 180. 6. Let's see, 186 max. And this Y can be 62. Can you set up the same curve response but swapping altitude with rotation? So if you knock into the drone, it will spin, but then correct its rotation. I mean, I can, but I think all that does is it solves the issue of it spinning. It doesn't do anything about the drone changing its height. So like, if the character walks through a door, we'd need the drone to like duck under the door. And like when the drone docks again for the player, it needs to, like, we would have to give it a negative velocity essentially. And when we turn, like, so if we want the drone to fly left, we'd want to just, like, give it a rotation so that the velocity then pushes it to the side, sort of thing. And that would obviously have it dip down while it does that. But, like, how would we make it turn? Like, how would we make it move left and right, forward and backwards, if the linear velocity at the top is 0? Like, would that work with the curve based on rotation as well? Or would we be better setting up something completely separate when we want it to move? So have this for idle, and then when we switch into the move state, we just have it, like, we just do a completely separate implementation for the move state. Character rotation. So we have character global rotation. I suppose I can just do like X or Z. Because X and Z's really the only thing we care about at that point. Zor. And then we can do... Like, we essentially need to scale the rotation to something between... Get curve index based on rotation, based on X and Z rotation. You want it to move, increase the velocity in the direction you want it to move, i.e. using the curve. What you've set up for an idle can be used for movement as well. I just thought you were looking for is the stability to ensure that it stays where you put it. Like, so we've got that. But, like, so when it's moving, like, if I use this for when it's moving, then, so say we want it to move left. I can give it a velocity that just makes it move left. But I also need that hooked into the rotation. So when we want it to move left, we turn it left, and based on how much it's turned is how much it would go in that direction, or how fast it would go in that direction. And that needs to be accounted for with both the X and Z. So it essentially needs to be looking at a unit circle. And we need to, or not a unit, it just needs to look at the circle, like the direction that it's going, and scale that to be a 0 to 1. And then multiply that by the direction. Like multiply the resulting acceleration curve by the direction, sort of thing. So, a drone, when it moves to the left, it's not just moving like that, alright? It's not staying flat when it moves to the left. It tilts. It tilts and flies like that, alright? How do we do that? Like, how do we get that to work? Like, I can give it a rotation of 45 degrees, but the more it's tilted, the faster it should be moving in that direction. Yeah, I know that, Bucky. I know that, but we need those two things to match up. So if it's tilted slightly, it needs to move slightly. Like, we need to... Like, how do I calculate how much it should be rotated based on how fast it's moving? What's up, Oxynom Games? Disregard the Ray thing? Yeah. The Ray thing, like, we're trying to cut down on the simulations and stuff like that. And thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Can the drone move vertically at that? Well, like, we already have it moving vertically. We already have that done. Alright. Well. Why did that happen? Oh, that's right, because I turned gravity back on. Yep. Set gravity scale back to 0. So we've got that working. All right. Can you play my jam game, please? Is it on itch? Wouldn't you just take in the velocity, then do like rotation x, remap velocity x minus 190, negative 90 or whatever, something like that. I mean, what is there a remap function? There is a remap function. Ooh. Maps a value from range I start to I stop. Or I start I stop to O start O stop. I had no idea this function existed. Interesting. If I start is I stop, the return value is most likely going to be nan inf or negative inf. Interesting. So you just take the velocity and take the bottom of the velocity. But I think so. The issue we have at the I think the main issue we have at the moment is if the velocity we give it at the moment, that is based on how far away it is from its maximum altitude. Okay? So when it reaches its maximum altitude, its linear velocity is set to 0 so that it stops and doesn't keep going up. Because we've taken gravity away and stuff like that. So at that point, I now need to do a separate calculation. This would be x and z. So we need to do it separately using... I don't know if we want the same curve or a different curve. I can set it up with the same curve for time being. So we'd have to do if the character global rotation x or global rotation y, we need to do remapped. I assume it returns a float. Yep, does return a float. Cool. Oh, it's in Godot, is it? Let's have a look-see. For Mini Game Jam 40. It was made in 48 hours. Little bug, you forget to round the earn money. Otherwise, fun game. Kind of reminds me of my own game. Let's have a look-see. Okay, turret. Oh! Adagon played this the other day, didn't they? Is that right, Oxynom? I think I saw Adagon playing this the other day. Or was that a different game? Actually, it might have been a different game. I remember a similar layout. I need to get to 100 so I can get an auto clicker. Alright. So it's just like an idle clicker sort of thing. The auto clicker is 700, not 100. I had quicks aren't rounded, yeah. Font's messed up, yeah. And it's a good little idle quicker type game. Yeah,
My
just a
only note
tiny
would be the
rounding
spelling,
issue.
and that it's weird the buy section isn't listed by price.
Yeah, those are just polished details. In a 48-hour game jam, you're not going to have things polished. It looks good. It goes down to the bottom left for you. I mean, I limit all of my stuff to 60 FPS because you're all seeing it at 60 FPS. I will say, I don't know why it would have to move, though. Like, why does the button move down to the bottom left? Why is that? Because the size is changed. Not sure I understand. Now you can upgrade the clicker for 150, right? But is it a separate... Like, I would have assumed that would just be a button element. Like, I would have assumed it's just a button element. Like, yeah, it doesn't... It's just got its position. When you click it, it goes into a disabled state for 0.2 seconds or something. Or it doesn't even go into a disabled state. Just, yeah. I didn't think correctly. It's very late. I think 2 to 3. Polish was an option. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Oxynon Games, go to bed. What up, Irad? How are you? Yeah, no, it's a nice little Ida clicker game. Yeah. I reckon Oxynom. Like, obviously you can't re-upload the game until after the jam, like until after judging has been done. But yeah, if you could like start working on the polish now, and then once the judging is finished, then upload a new version that has all of the polish and bug fixes done. But yeah, I mean it's a nice little idle clicker type thing. Nicely done. Did you know that I make games? Do you? Do you? Is that what you do? In case people go archive scanning. No, I don't make games. You're just a rad dev, I see. That's all. One of those rad devs. So we do remap. We have a value. X or Z. He's a liar. I make shadow simulators. Ah, okay, okay. Tell me, can you simulate my shadow? And this is totally not Pagorli. I think the relationship between the horizontal acceleration and the angle of the drone rotation is acceleration is proportional to tan theta. This is assuming you're moving perfectly horizontal. Right. There's Pagorli. Pagorli summoned. Am I pronouncing that right? Is it PG Orly? Is it P Gorley? You sure are? Cool. There's so many different ways to pronounce it. Pig Gorley. Piggy Orly, obviously. My next game is a radial menu clicker simulator. So I guess what we need to do, if we want to remap the X and Z, I could scale the X and the Y, the X and the Z. Because that's the thing, if we're doing it based on rotation, like, which one do we do first? Because we don't have a rotation yet. So I guess we need to start with calculating our rotation. Because obviously, like, our movement... G'day, Van. Our movement... Like, our movement velocity is going to be based on the rotation. And the rotation is going to be based on how fast or based on the direction it's moving. And... so the first thing we need to do is when we want it to move, it needs to calculate that. But if it's not moving and it's knocked off balance, we need it to move. But then also rebalance, sort of thing. I think the main problem we're going to have doing it this way is the overshoot that happens. Because when you knock into a drone, if it gets knocked and it's off its axis, it's going to move that way. And then when it rebalances, it's going to overshoot. And then it's going to kind of level out, sort of thing. Whereas the way it would be implemented initially in this is it would be tilted and then it would immediately flatten out, like level out sort of thing. Exactly. And that's gonna be the complicated part. Although, with constrained control class, this is literally PID controller stuff. No worries, Oxynom. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the follow. we'll see you next time. I am around 6 days a week. I'm also streaming this Wednesday because we had internet issues yesterday and I couldn't stream. So... wonder if it's PID controller stuff. Let's see. Proportional integral derivative controller is a control loop mechanism employing feedback that is widely used in industrial control systems, a variety of others. Been messing with my NetFox project and found a semi-fox for the jumping induced jankiness. Now just landing induces jankiness. Well, that's unfortunate. Drone controller code. DIY flight controller. Angle feedback. Speed stabilization. Angles and angular speeds feedback stabilization. No worries, thanks Bucky. Enjoy your lurk. I'm going to look into this and see what we can do. Angular speed command as data entry. Angular speeds computed from a raw gyroscope data integration. Example of pitch angle speed computation using gyroscopes. We don't have gyroscopes though. Like we do have its angle, which we could derive the pitch. The pitch, roll, and yaw. UAV is available to auto leveling mode entry data. So if we have these two, so that we know the direction of the velocity that we need to apply, we need to first get the direction of this. And once we have that, we would need to take that 360 degrees, remap it, to between 0 and 1 to give us the velocity. No, we wouldn't do that. We'd take this, we'd have a look at how much it's angled from between 0 and 90. And do I fudge it by making sure that the rotation of the drone is always clamped between like a 0 to like a 60-degree tilt either side sort of thing? Because if I was to have this thing tilted 60 and 60. That's a lot. But if it was just that, it'd be fine. That's where we get more of an issue. If we do 50 and 50. So if we clamp it so that the X and the Z rotation can't be more than 50. Then we don't need to worry about if the drone is like upside down or anything like that. Does that sound right? So that we don't have to worry about the drone being upside down or anything like that, I just essentially clamp the rotations of the X and the Z to be between -50 and 50. So that way it can only go that far. If something bumps into it, it only goes that far, sort of thing. So yeah, at most, it would be that. So we're fudging it. Fudging some of it, basically. Being like, no, you can't go upside down. Deal with it. I like that a lot more. I like that a lot more. So, has daylight savings... Wait. Oh my god, it's so much better. Which Windows key did you press to see this? What? Bucky, what do you mean? Isn't the drones also like... They are autonomous, yes. Yeah, basically you just deploy it or dock it, because the drones are powered by the exosuit. So while they're deployed, they're draining your exosuit, essentially. Which currently isn't working for some reason. Why isn't that working? That's why. It still isn't reducing it. Let's check. Oh my god, stop pressing the wrong buttons. Print debug. Oh wow, that's not much at all. Ad break incoming. You know what that means? Words. Interesting. Yes, that helps the players not feel weird if they're deployed and moving. Since it's like, oh, it's just how it is since it flies itself. Yeah. And because it's a dystopian cyberpunk future, we can obviously say... We can obviously say things like, it's more advanced, like the AI is more advanced, and it's able to fly a lot more stable than we're able to fly drones now, sort of thing. So we can do that sort of stuff. Like we can fudge it, we can be like, yes, it's the future, the AI on the drone is able to keep itself more stable than any human can. Okay. So, here's the words. Time for us to word it up. Let's see. Hidden letter and fake letter. Center. Okay, so the second letter is a hidden E. And H is fake. H is fake. Enter. Renter. It's recent. This is easy. A little bit too early there, Tricky. Scent. There's less than a week to get 10% off your Gedunt mug too. One more word. We can ace this. Let's see. Enter. Center. Dang. Oh well. We still got 3 levels. Easy. Bucky. Oh, hang on. Fake letter, hidden letter. R is the hidden letter. The hidden letter is R. G is the fake word. G is fake. Oh, sorry, D. D is fake. D is fake. There is no L, unfortunately. Otter. Ooh. I wonder. Is Otter going to make an appearance? Otter does make an appearance. They need to be 5 letters as well in this one from now on. 5 letters minimum.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Ads are over. Heather. We're over halfway. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome to being one of the best Gedunts there is. I mean, teeth. Greet's already done. No! Oh well. Oh well. That one was difficult. That was needlessly difficult. 5 words. No, you. Bucky, you posted in the stream chat, oh my god, it's so much better. Which Windows key did you press to see this? What are you talking about? I missed that message, and I don't know what the context was 2 hours ago. You're talking about your hotkeys? Oh, we have multiple 6-letter words. But teeth wasn't one. I think it's because there was only 2 E's. There was only 2 E's. But the way I've got it set up for my stuff, under Kwin, I think it is. Or it might be plasma. Yeah, so you've got these here. So task manage entry. So along the taskbar at the bottom, your docked applications, your pinned to the taskbar applications. This just corresponds to those. So I have Godot as the first pinned application in my taskbar. So when I do Windows and numpad 1, it just changes to that. And then what that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So settings is 9. So Windows 9 brings up settings. Yeah. It's much better. See your Discord message. Ah, right. That's Windows 5. Yeah. It's the reason why I've set this up, Bucky. The reason why is because otherwise I need to do things like this. And that's just horrible. So if I can just do this. See? Now you no longer get those like flashes of Windows. It's all about making it a better viewing experience for yourselves. Oh, but that was fun. Fun for you, not fun for people that look at it and go, I'm gonna leave. What has 4 wheels and flies? A car going off a cliff? No. A garbage truck? I mean, yeah, that's true. That's very, very true, Fuzzy. No, we lose the branding. What are you talking about? The branding is in the emotes, okay? You want branding? I'll give you branding. That's branding right there. That emote combo, beautiful. Beautiful. Did I win Dad Joke Monday? No, there is no Dad Joke Monday. There was supposed to be Dad Joke Sunday, but apparently internet said no. So I couldn't do Dad Joke Sunday. Very unfortunate too. Computer said no.
The ISPs are against Dad Joke Sunday. They ruined it.
I think the ISPs just thought that it was still International Women's Day, even though that was the day before. And they were just like, oh no, we can't have this on International Women's Day. It was like, but International Women's Day was yesterday. So... G'day, Fuzzy. How's things? More joke crashed. My joke crashed the stream. Yeah. Yeah. Your joke was so bad that even Twitch went, nope. Let's have some water here. I knew it was Tricky's fault somehow. I don't know how I am. Ask me tomorrow. Fair enough. So we're clamping the rotations of the X and the Z so that it doesn't flip over. And then after that, we need what X and Z. So how would I correspond that? Would it be the total tilt away from 0? So not for remap. So I have the X and the Z rotations. They're currently separate. Alright? I need to get it to be a single value. So that I can use that. So that I can scale that single value to be a index on this curve. If you get what I mean. I mean, I could get the X and the Z. I guess I could get the X and the Z, and then just apply a linear velocity. But then, like, in doing that, if it's rotated 50 degrees on the X and 50 degrees on the Z, it's going to be traveling faster in that direction than if it was rotated 50 degrees on the X. So when it's rotated on both axes, it needs to still have that max velocity in that direction. I could normalize velocity, yeah. Because then I assume it's a matter of normalizing the velocity and multiplying that by the direction. No. Because the velocity's already got a direction. Because if I normalize it, it's going to have a max of 1. Like a max movement of 1. But if we don't want it to be that, I guess we could normalize it and then multiply it by whatever we want the max speed to be. And then we'd have to do something. Because we currently don't have a max either. We'll do it like this for now. And then we can focus on adding a max speed and whatnot down the track. 2 birds, 2 stones. Exactly. Exactly. So what we need to do is mapped X, which will be a float. We will remap the global rotation X. The start, I'm assuming... No, not -50. It'd have to be 0 and 50. So when it's rotated 0, it would need to be a 0 velocity. When it's rotated 50 or negative 50, it needs to have the same point on the x. And then we need to multiply that by if the degrees is negative, we need to multiply it by a negative value to have it go in the right direction. Is that right? Because if I remap negative 50 to 50 and have that map to 0, 1, then when it's up, it'll be given like 50% of the speed on the x. And when it's tilted 50 degrees to the side, it would be given nothing. We're remapping the value, Makori. We're remapping it, okay? We need it to map between 0 and 1 so that when we look for the point on the graph, that's between 0 and 1 on the x, okay? If we do, like, we need it to be, like, if we have the minimum as negative 50 and the maximum of 50, and we remap that to 0 and 1, negative 50 becomes 0, 0 is 0.5, and 50 is 1, which is incorrect. We can add those, but we don't want, like, it's using the same velocity. Like, you know what? I'm just going to have this do -1. Actually, no. The lowest x point you can have is 0. Like, we can't have a -1 on the 0, I don't think. Yeah. Like, what if I do a curve 2D? Actually, no, I'm gonna delete that. So that's only letting me do a curve, not letting me do a 2D curve. Right. Anyway, that's our points right there. I can increase the max x to be 2. Oh, sorry, that's the max y. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So x is just 0 to 1, basically. So what I would need to do here is say, do 0 to 50, take the absolute of the rotation x, and then mapped x would be multiply equal -1 if the global rotation x is less than 0, else 1. That sort of thing. Well, it's mapped to the velocity, yes, but the velocity needs to be negative or positive depending on if it's going left or right. Like, it can't just be positive. So 0 is the base, 50 is the max angle it can be tilted either left or right. So we find how far it's tilted, map that between 0 and 1. If it's tilted negative, then we need to multiply that by -1 so that we have the resulting x velocity to be left. Unless there's a different way to do it, Macquarie. Like, let me know if there's a different way to do it. I thought it would be mapping the velocity value to the -50 and 50, then setting the rotation to that. That makes sense. Oh no, we're getting the velocity based on the rotation. So the rotation at this point is already set. So we know that the rotation is somewhere between -50 and 50 on the x-axis. So we need to get the velocity based on that rotation. Well, for our calculations, Macquarie, one has to be based on the other. Like, we can't make them both based on each other. We have to pick a starting point. So which point would you like to start with? Do you want to start with determining the velocity and then picking the rotation based on the velocity? Or do you want to pick do you want to set the rotation and pick the velocity based on the rotation? Like, which one are we doing? Because I don't know. I do not know. Rotation based on velocity? Alright, cool. So let's do rotation based on velocity. How are we determining the velocity? Left or right? Quicker it's moving one way, it would rotate more that way. But how are we determining that? So if we need the drone to move left, how are we telling it how fast it's moving left? Because the idea was to use the same curve that we're using for the vertical, like the y linear velocity. But if we're not doing that anymore, like how are we determining it? Because at the moment, we only have velocity up and down. That's it. We need it to move to the left. Do we just immediately set it to moving as fast as it can to the left? Do the curve, and then acceleration equals tan angle times constant. But we don't have the angle yet because we're basing the rotation off the velocity. So we don't have an angle to look at the curve. Like, how are we getting the initial velocity for it moving left? Let's answer that question. How are we getting how fast it's moving to the left? Because again, I don't know. We're only worrying about sideways velocities at this point, Dig. We only care about the sideways. We've already got the Y velocity sorted. We're just worrying about the left and right. And the forward, backward sort of thing. Well, when the player moves away from it, it needs to start moving towards the player. Alright? So it needs to... It's not going to be moving as fast as possible straight away. So how do we know how fast it's supposed to be moving? At that initial point, in order to give it the acceleration. Because, again, remember, we don't have the rotation yet either. Like, we don't have how much it's tilted yet. So we don't have the angle or the velocity at this point in time. Which one are we setting first? But for distance to player, and forget the rotation for a moment. Alright, so we're only worrying about distance to the player. Alright. So, let's do... what I think under here. I started doing something for that. Get rid of this. Distance to the player. So if the player's moved away from it, we have a max range. The character still has its acceleration curve. And we can do what? Move distance will be distance minus character max range. None of this makes sense to me, Makori. None of it makes sense to me. So we do this so we know how far it needs to move. And we can go character... character max range minus distance. Oh, sorry, min range. Not max range, min range. Alright, so we have how far we need to move. Alright, so this needs to scale. Are you trying to accurately simulate drone's movement or faking it? We're faking it, Dig. We're faking it. So this move distance is going to change each time. So... I guess, do we want it to move to the min? Like, do we want it to move to the middle point? So that way we can go, alright, if it's greater than the distance from the max to the middle point, then make it accelerate faster. Set up the movement for the drone. Don't care about the rotation right now. Just get it moving where it should. Then you take that velocity from it moving, remap it to the rotation, so the rotation doesn't actually add or remove from the velocity. It just fakes how an actual drone moves using the base movement. Yeah. Yeah. So the thing we need to figure out now. There's a minimum and a maximum distance that the drone can be from the player. So if the player moves far enough away, the drone starts moving back. And if the player gets too close to the drone moves away, sort of thing. So if we just do the max distance, like, so whatever the max range is to the player, it would always come out as the fastest velocity, right? Because it's always going to, like, the distance from the max range in this physics process is going to be as far away as it needs to, as far away as it is. I could do it by delta. That's true. So, what, the linear velocity would need to be multiplied by the direction as well. So we need the global position direction to origin, which is the player. But that's the so, like, I think we need to change this curve, because when it's at 0, it's as fast as possible. Because this is based on height, right? So when we are on the ground, which is 0, the acceleration is as fast as possible. When we are at our max height, the acceleration is 0. I know it shouldn't. I know it shouldn't, Macquarie. I'm saying that's the current graph we are working with. So if this graph doesn't work for XZ speed, we need a second graph. But does this graph work for left-right movement? If we are as close, like, I essentially need to inverse it, I think. So if we are as close as possible, 1 on the X, we have no movement. If we're as far as possible, we have max velocity. That sort of thing. Okay. So yeah, we need to, basically whatever the result is, we need to flip it. Because that'll give us a negative value. Because that will give us a negative value. And then I'll just take the absolute of that. Is that right? And then we can scale that to be between 0 and 1. Yes. Yes, it is. Because so the distance is the current distance to the player. If that is greater than the drone's maximum range, then we want to start moving the drone towards the player. Then never mind, What?
I'm lost again. I am thoroughly lost again. Because if we do it this way... So what we have at the moment is just how far the drone has to move. So if the drone is too close to the player, it moves away. If it's too far from the player, it moves towards. That's what these two are. Too close player. Too far from player. Well, I think that's what we need to determine. Like, it is aiming for a particular distance. Like, it needs to be within that min and max range. Like, so, do we want it to aim for the middle point of the min and max range? Or do we just want it to get within the min and max range? Like, what's the idea? What's the better way of doing it? Because I would think perhaps having a midpoint. Middle works? Yeah. And that's just going to be max range plus min range over 2. Alright, so we want to do max distance minus distance. Because then when the distance is at the max, it will be accelerating towards the middle at the highest rate. And theoretically, it will never leave the range. Okay, so what you're suggesting is to make it so that it's always hovering at that middle distance between min and max range from the player. So as the player moves, it stays that distance away. Okay, so rather than the player moving a certain distance away and then the drone starting to follow, it's just as soon as the player starts moving, the drone starts moving. That's the suggestion. Do I understand that right? Now I understand why you're doing what you're doing. Yeah. Because, like, if the player's just, like, moving around in a small area, do we really want the drone to also move around? What up, Perilous? But at the same time, I think having a midpoint is still good. If it enters or leaves the range, it should move back to the midpoint. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If it like exits the range of min and max, it should move to the midpoint. I would have thought if out of range velocity plus equals closer. Not sure I get it. Or if out of range, increase the velocity. Well, I mean, plus equal closer. I mean, yeah, it's going to do something like that. But so let's focus on the player moving away from the drone for now. So the player's moving away from the drone, so we know how far it needs to move. But I think we want to do I think it needs to be the distance. I think we need to subtract mid-distance from distance. Because distance is going to be how far away it currently is. No. Never mind. Ignore that. Actually, no, because this is the move distance. So the move distance should be adding the mid distance. So that is how far until the max range. And then we subtract the mid distance to get it how far from the middle point. It didn't work because the func name I chose was a built-in. Yep, that'll happen. Got to be careful of those function names. And variable names. Got to be careful of all of them. That's the important lesson that you'll learn. And this one would be plus mid distance because we need to add whatever the middle point between the, or whatever the mid difference between min and max is. I can probably call that mid diff. Or range diff, actually. Alright, so we're moving towards the middle point of the min and max range. And for that, so what do we do here? We have the distance. No, this one. So if, well, we know the move distance is higher. So it would be... We need to remap it, basically. Remap, move distance between zero and 1. So I think the issue here is that it's always going to be 1.0. It would always be 1 because the distance is changing. So, like, it's always going to be... Like, this remap here, the minimum the distance can be is 0. The max it can be is move distance. And the move distance is changing each frame because, well, each physics process. Because the player can still be moving away, so we need to update what that distance is. So remapping that between 0 and 1's always going to be 1. It's always going to be as far away as it currently is. But there is no max distance to how far away it is. Like, it's as far away as it is from the player, if that makes sense. If the player ends up 10 meters away and it needs to travel 6 meters to get to the midpoint, then it needs to travel that far. If the player ends up 15 meters away and it needs to travel 11 meters, then it needs to travel 11 meters. So I think it needs I think we need an acceleration time. Remapping or, like, scaling it. Like, either way, it needs to be between 0 and 1. Because that's what the X value is on the curve. Alright? Right, so it needs to be scaled between 0 and 1. I can't tell the curve to give me a point of 3 because the X point on 3 doesn't exist. It's not a thing. So if we're doing it based off this curve, then we need to scale it between 0 and 1. And that's what remap does. It scales it between 0 and 1. But it's always going to be 1. So we need to multiply it by however long it's been accelerating for. And I believe I do have an acceleration here. So whatever its acceleration time is and how long it's been accelerating for. Alright, so I've already got those here. And we're not using those at the moment. So we can do... time accelerating plus equals delta. And we do clean up state, character time accelerating becomes 0. There we go. For me, I thought it would be like min range is 3, max range is 6. Then if it gets bigger than 6, it does velocity plus equals direction. No. So the min and max range is just how close and how far away this device should be from the player. That's fixed. That's the range for it to detect how, like, when it should start moving. Alright? So if it's more than 6, away, it needs to start moving. If it's less than 2 away, it needs to start moving away. Min range is 3, max is 6. Then if it gets bigger than 6, it does. I mean, that's essentially what we're doing, McCrory. That's what we're doing. But we can't just have it immediately be as fast as possible in its movement. It needs to accelerate towards that. Like, we can't just say, okay, you need to start moving this way, so immediately go as fast as possible. That doesn't make sense. And we're using this curve here, which is the same curve as our acceleration. Again, if I'm doing something wrong in the code, then tell me what the code should be, because I don't know. Like, you don't just explain it differently. Like, I don't know how to put it into code. So I think what I need to do here is I need to multiply this by the character's time accelerating. But that's going to be between that, which could be 3. So I would need to scale that between 0 and 1, 2. Move toward velocity direction. Well, we don't have a set speed. Like, and we're not doing a move toward or anything. Like, it's we're giving it a linear velocity. We're not calculating a move toward. Like, we're not doing... Like, we're not doing this stuff. We're actually calculating the linear velocity and setting that. So it doesn't just move at full speed. I don't know. Like, I have a feeling I'm getting different things from yourself and Bucky, and I think that's what's confusing me. Or you're both explaining it in different ways, and it's throwing me like. Like, because just listen to them. All right, so we don't care about the curve that we're using for up and down velocity. Like, we don't care about that anymore. Is that right? I didn't say up or down. I said the curve that we are using for up and down. So the curve is an acceleration curve. We don't care about that acceleration curve anymore. Is that correct? I just want to be clear in what I'm saying, because I don't want what I'm saying to be misinterpreted and then we go off down a completely incorrect path because I said something incorrectly. The invention of the shovel was groundbreaking. No. Not the invention of the shovel. The use of the shovel was groundbreaking. The invention of the shovel, it was not yet groundbreaking. Alright, so how are we incorporating that curve into this move toward calculation? Like, so if we do linear velocity equals move toward whatever by speed, like the direction is going to be, we've already got the directions, that's fine. We don't have a speed, we can set that to whatever. Like, are we just, is this velocity supposed to be the acceleration curve? Not sure how to incorporate the curve. Me neither. Okay, smartass. No. Sarcastic ass. I think everything we're doing right now proves that I'm not a smartass. Thank you very much. So, like, with this, would velocity be the point on the curve? But if that's the point on the curve, then how are we getting that point without taking into account how far away it is? Like, I don't know. Set an arbitrary point outside of the range and match that to the 0 on the curve and match the 1 to the midpoint. And have a check to activate the curve only when out of the range. But does that arbitrary point change based on how far away we are? Because, like, the player could still be moving away. Like, so the distance from the player, I would imagine the speed of the drone should be at most what the player is moving at. So I feel this should be at most the player's walk speed or something. Min speed or max speed or something. Let's worry about min speed for now. Arbitrary point is just a point where you don't expect drone to physically be able to get any further than that. Well, I mean, I think that's where thinking future point. When we are in combat, we would need the drone to be able to move away from the player for combat purposes. And then when combat is over, they come back. Or when they move too far away, they automatically leave combat and come back. Anyway, let's throw up the words. I need to get myself lunch because I'm getting hungry. I know, but like, when it changes back from that game state, it could be further away than that point. That's my understanding. I'm gonna get myself lunch. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
and there was much rejoicing.
Alrighty, I'll be back with some food. Let's go with that. Let's do that. Let's do one more round while I eat. One more round. Groove, yep. I'll set an arbitrary point at like 10 meters or something, but like there'll be problems when it's... I guess if it's too far away, it can just move at a very fast pace. And it didn't count origami. Alright. We'll stop that. I am still snacking away here on my lunch. So, what I might do, I'm just going to do a game of... that's not the one I wanted. That's the one I wanted. I'm going to do a chess while I finish eating up here. You can all see me get my butt whooped. I'm eating, Tricky. I'm eating. Alright, doodles, Tricky. Good night, Tricky. Changed my mind on the arbitrary point being the far point. I'll explain after chess. Fair. Alright. You'll push that next, I reckon. If I take that, you take that, and then you're pinned. I just saw something. I saw a very good attack point. Okay, well, not anymore. Alright. I be back. I do need to move this. If I go there, then I can go there. No, I can't because of you. I can start pushing these though. Because now I can get there. Yes. Yeah, makes sense. But the ramping and variation of speed would technically already be done if using move toward. I think what I could do is just have it calculate whatever the new midpoint would be, sort of thing. Or, sorry, not midpoint. Calculate whatever the, like, however long it's been accelerating for. And just multiply the velocity by that. So that way, once it's finished accelerating, it's just full speed, sort of thing. Whatever the curve says it is. Or not even take into account the curve. Just give it the speed. I can go there attacking you. And if you take, I take, you take, and then you're under attack. If I make this exchange, that doesn't do much. If the curve is something that we can change to improve on, then I'm fine with doing that. I'm hoping he's too focused on his stuff over here. I go there. You're now forced to move that. If you take, I take. I think I can finish them up from here if they don't take. If they don't take my knight, I think I can finish them up. It's been a matter of sacrificing my rook and then checking. Okay, so they've gone back there. But now, check you again. Check you again. You have to move there, and then I can checkmate. Bam! Owned! Whoops. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to check what the review was. Probably terrible. Let's just put it that way. 3 great moves. No, we had a 55.2 accuracy. Oh my god. That was so bad. Okay. Let's have a look. Alright, here is where I start to make mistakes. That there's a blunder. I don't know how. I think that's... Ah, hang on. That's a blunder because you can go there and check me. And then if I move you... I'm screwed. Yeah. You broke that. Yeah, you need glasses. I'm only at 840. 842. That's a miss. Yeah, because you should have moved there. That was a great move. You take. I go there. What? How is that the better move? What? Oh my god, I see what I missed. I see what I missed. From here, I should have gone there. Wait, how is that? How does that drop it? Because you can take there. That's why. Yes. I think I needed to... Instead of doing that, that's what I should have done. That's a mistake. That's a miss. How is it a miss? Should I have got it? No. What's the move? A4. I just moved from there, though. puts me back into this line, which just sucks. I don't get it. And they make a miss. So C7 is what they should have done. And that's a blunder. I do that, actually. Ah, yeah. I could have just taken. The E8. Oh, yeah, that's true. I think that's what I did, isn't it? No, I took. And then I started to do this. Yeah, okay. So yeah, those mistakes and such, those misses and whatnot were just me not doing the thing I ended up doing in the end earlier. Yep. Me not seeing it early enough. Alright. Alright, back to this. Let's see here. Move towards another solution. The curve is just something that determined by the x-axis, which is distance. The curve is just a way to have a complex relationship between the two rather than simple proportionality. Fair enough. So, I'm thinking with this, what we need to do, like if we just use the player's minimum speed, or the player's current speed, or whatever it is, for the movement. So, yeah, no midpoint, I assume, Bucky, from what you said before. Oh, yeah, sorry. We want the midpoint. We don't want the arbitrary point. The arbitrary point's the one we don't want. My mistake. My misspeaking. So, what the curve does, Makori, is the curve uses the distance from the ground to determine the up velocity. Alright? So that's where it determines. Then when it hits its max, it stops. The velocity gets set to 0. So it's essentially using... The idea was to essentially use the same curve that does that, but based on distance, not height. For now, just set the arbitrary point as the min-max range. Okay. So... arb point. Distance, well, it'll be a float, is the... min range, max range. Yeah. So that if it's outside of the range, it will just move at max velocity. And then as it enters the range, it will slow down at 0 midpoint. Okay, so So we're not going to have it speed up at the start. We're just going to say move as fast as you want. All right. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. So what we need to do is we need to find the index. We need to find this stuff. But in relation to this stuff. Move distance. Be divided by. So I need to get that to be between 0 and 1. I'll divide that by... No. Not move distance. Do we care about how far we need to move? Like, do we care about that at the moment? Or do we just want to say they're outside the max range? I guess it would be... We don't care how far, but I think we do care how far. Because how far we have to move should be divided by the range diff, which is the midpoint, like, which is the point from
The answer
max
to your question
to
is
mid.
shrubbery.
Is shrubbery. Ah, I've just got to use a shrubbery to control it, right. So like the range diff is how far, like how far in from the max range. And we want it to slow down once it gets within max range. If out of range, then it doesn't matter by how much. That's correct. That's correct. But we still need to do this calculation. At some point, just not yet. So, hang on. I'm just going to put that at 0 for now. So if the distance is greater than the max range, which I think is incorrect. I think I need to redo this before we go further. Because currently what's going to happen is as soon as we're within the max range, it's going to stop moving. Right? It's not going to run this logic. So we need to redo this first. If that makes sense. Yeah, once inside the range, we can equate the max range to the ground in the altitude example. And the midpoint to the 2 meter. What's the 2m? Targeting the altitude example. Right. So I think first, all we need is a move distance to be remembered, I think. Because... would that work? But essentially what I want to do... we set whatever our move distance is. And then we do if move distance is not 0, do whatever. So that way, while we're outside the range, we're updating the move distance. And then when we're inside the range, it just moves towards the center. Like it just updates that move distance to be less. That makes sense. Because if we just do this, then it's always, like, it's just going to stop before it gets to the midpoint. Because it's no longer inside. Like, it's no longer outside the range. Does that make sense, Bucky? Like, why I need to change this first? Was listening for a sec. I need to rework how I'm doing this stuff, because so I think what I need to do is I need to set the move distance while the drone is outside the min and max range, and then while we have a move distance, we process the movement to or from. Because otherwise, if we just process the movement inside this for moving towards the player, it stops moving as soon as distance is no longer greater than max range. Which is obviously incorrect, because that'll stop it getting to that midpoint. Oh, damn, it's so humid today. Matisse! G'day, you gadunts. How are yous all? Welcome in. What were you doing today, Matisse? We're still messing around with drones. So, get ready for a lot of talk about math. It's, yeah, exciting. It's riveting stuff, I gotta tell you. I don't understand it, so I get frustrated. That's basically it. Working on getting the Steam page ready? Very nice. Love to hear it. Well, welcome in, you gadunts. My name's Hypnotic. I'm working on a game with action RPG type stuff, and we're working on our drone logic at the moment. That's right, Blue. That's right. Lurked all the way into my stream, just like multiple people do. Everyone lurks their way to my stream over time. It's just how it is. This is the way I did it. If out of range, velocity move towards, because it handles ramping of speed and just would work. You only set it... That makes sense. You only want to set it once it leaves the range, but make sure it keeps it even after coming back in, only stopping when you get to the midpoint. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No worries, Matisse. Enjoy dinner. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. So I guess what we want to do is, I don't think what you did would change the fact of what I said, McCory. Either way, you want it to only move when it exits the range and to get to the midpoint. Exactly, yeah. Because we don't want it to reach the target or anything like that. But I guess at this point, we want to do what? Linear velocity equals the direction multiplied by delta, that sort of thing. No. Because we also need a way to decrease move distance. Which I guess would be midpoint. No. Because this just takes care of upward. Ooh, actually. I need to move that up here. Now I think it needs to be plus equal there. Let's just see what happens. Alright, so it moves towards the player. Moves towards the player very fast. What we need to do now is decrease the move distance based on the midpoint. So we'd have to go distance to the player. No. Because this needs to change. Wait, we need to decrease this as it's getting closer. But all we have at this point is the linear velocity. It was stuck on my head. It hit my head so hard that one of the fans got lodged in it. And then it was just like spinning around on top. Yep. That's how it worked, McCory. All intentional too. 100% intentional. I still think that linear velocity is going to be too fast. Wow, that's very slow. That's just what happens when I put in delta. It's a feature, not a bug. No, it was super fast, Makori. Like, here we do that. My issue with that is the rotation on the X and Y is going outside the... Like, it's going outside these values. So, yeah. God damn it. I mean, I do want it to move in that direction. We just need it to stop at the midpoint. So, when the direction, or when the distance to the origin, actually, no. If move distance is not 0, 0, then what we can do is move distance is 0, 0, and distance is greater than no, that won't work because if it's smaller, it needs to because we know how far away we are from the player. It's the range diff plus the mid-range, I guess in here we can change distance, maybe. Let's just get it working for one first, and then we can get it working for the other. greater. That's why. Not equal to, but greater. I wonder. Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't. I haven't implemented the acceleration curve yet. That's why. I am wondering, do I change it so that yeah, there's that too. That's going to be annoying to implement. Just do an X. Just do a Z. Me wondering if this could be done easy with Navigation Agent 3D. It's not part of the nav region, though. Like, it sits underneath the player, which sits outside the nav region. I could put the player inside the nav region. And then instead of doing linear velocity and stuff, we just say, this is your target position. And then we keep updating that while the player is moving. And then we rotate it to face whatever direction it's moving, and how fast it's moving, sort of thing. But that is a possibility. Could certainly do it with Navigation Agent. Because then the only thing we need to calculate at that point is the height and whatnot. Oh, it's hot today. So what I could do... If we have the range diff, what distance equals? So like we tell it to always be, I don't know if it's different in 3D, but in 2D, you don't need to put the object that had the navigation agent as child in nav region. True. That, I think that's only done in 3D for the collision side of things. And for collision, like object avoidance, like obstacles and stuff like that need to be under the navigation agent or underneath the navigation region. Now, give me 2 seconds. It's very crap weather today. About to go insane with how sticky everything is. Alright. So if we have the distance as... actually, plus equal the range diff if if distance is greater than less than mid-range. Else, no. Plus mid-range. No. What if we do that? We got ads coming in. Let's get these words fired up, shall we? Alrighty, let's see how we do. Level 5. Lodge. Load. There's Dole. D-O-L-E. Logged? Ogled. Ogled. That's what it was. Not edge. Doge. Really? 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 Doge is one of the fucking words in this. Really? That almost makes me want to just stop words on stream. Oh god, I didn't think it would work. I didn't think it would work, but it did. Hey, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated.
Loud noises!
The loud noise. That's what that is. Father. Here we go. Yeah, right. That brings us to Rater. Yeah, you gotta wait until the padlock's gone before you can guess something else, Bucky.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Now you lose the padlock. 8. Hater! Yeah. I love adding R's and S's to the ends of things and getting more points. That's like the main way to play the game right there. My fake words don't work. They should. They should. That's my opinion. Alright. Turn those down. Yet Doge did, exactly. How fucking stupid is that? I'm upset. Apparently Doge is a real word. It's...
Oh flabble gosh, only 6th place.
Only 6th? That's pretty good. 6th place out of 5 is... That's amazing. Good work, David. Good work. So we have the distance. I think we need to change that, actually.
I chariest chair of chair.
That's true. It's very, very true. You are chariest chair of chair. The base state... Actually, what I'm going to do first... And go all devices, nav agent, equals nav agent. Okay, so I think under here, what I can do, I can set this thing's nav agent to have like 0.2, because it's smaller sort of thing. Max distance, the agent is allowed away from the ideal path to the final position. This can happen due to trying to avoid collisions when the maximum distance is exceeded. It recalculates the ideal path. Thanks for the lurk, Bucky. I'm gonna see if we can just get this done using a nav agent instead, because I think all of the math is just making it too complicated for my little brain. My brain not squidgy and wrinkly enough. What up, TK? How's things? Hydrate. I guess I can do that. Let's see. That I can. I can indeed hydrate. Alright, so. What, Max? What up?
Your squeegee brain.
Squeegee brain, what up? G'day, you gadunts. How was your stream? What'd you get up to today? Ah, that's what you were saying, Max. I got you now. I'm with you. Welcome in all. I'm Hypnotic, working on an action RPG. Currently seeing if we can get our drone to fly around correctly using nav agents, instead of doing what we were trying to do and adding a ton of maths to calculate the linear velocities and things like that. Ooh. Lovely Schrommel guns. Ah, lovely Schrommel guns. Are they dangerous? More ranged weapon stuff today, just added in new parts, trying to balance things. Excellent. Good to hear. Good to hear. Hypothetically, if you took a brain and blew it up like a balloon, how long could it get? No idea. I forget all paths lead to Rome. All game dev streams lead to Hypnotic. Not all. Not all. Just all the ones that you watch. That's it. Around 100 DPS. Cooldown negative 0.1 seconds. Nice. Thank you for the follow. Congrats on becoming a gadunt. I don't know how I wasn't already following you. I thought you were. Like, honestly, I have an issue with Twitch where... Oh, Aussie mode. Give me a second. Right, so, my issue with Twitch is I scroll down, alright? Or I scroll down in here, and then when I scroll back up, occasionally, it jumps me back down to where I was. And then I accidentally click something that I didn't mean to. It's very annoying. It's very, very annoying.
Hello HYNP. Just wanted to say thanks for your help lately and I hope you're having a great day and have a great rest of the day.
No wuckers, Luke. Enjoy. I'm having an amazing day. To be fair, I did say to just ignore the curve and use move forward. We can just use the nav agent, be like, this is your target position, move there. And then it does what it needs to do. That's all. Oh my god, that happens to me all the time. See? It's annoying as shit, isn't it, Symbol? It's the worst. Twitch's got so many weird quirks like that. Yeah, the amount of times I've gone to, like, click on someone's name, and then Twitch has readjusted things randomly, and I've clicked on the knock feature.
Wup yup sup wup yup sup wup wup wub wub wub.
Exactly. I much prefer WUP. It's definitely better. Beware of the nav region pipeline. Why? What's wrong with it? I always hate how Twitch will also just start automatically resuming tabs in the background. Does it? See, I'm not the kind of person to have a lot of tabs open. I'll generally have windows.
WUP.
Fair enough. I brought that on myself. Yeah, why should I be aware of the nav region pipeline, Yoshik? Polygons won't bake sometimes. I mean, true.
WHUP whopper.
Whopper. So I'm actually using Terrain 3D and Sky 3D. And they allow me to do different things. So if I was to change stuff in the terrain, like that, then I can just go Terrain 3D, bake nav mesh, and then it takes care of doing all that for me. So, yeah. Terrain 3D, if you're making a game that requires a lot of terrain and whatnot, use it. Use it, it is so good. It's free. Same with Sky 3D. If you need a day-night cycle, use Sky 3D. Because, yeah, it is so nice. It's so nice. Ooh, Tree of Wisdom. What wisdom does the Tree of Wisdom bring? If we have our base, we don't care about this. This is what we want to change. Path height offset. I think we care about that. Use Terrain 3D or something. Nice. Nice. I've never used the something. I've only used Terrain 3D. So I'll have to try the something at some point. Yeah. Nothing like a bit of fizzly bubbly. I don't think I care about height offset. I think the only problem we're going to have using a nav agent is keeping it in the air, flying. Because obviously it can be at different heights and whatnot. So, yeah. If true, and the agent uses 2D avoidance. Okay, so if it uses 3D avoidance, it gets rid of that. Okay, so I don't care about any of that. Don't care. Because, yeah, obviously we'd want it to, like, duck under doorways and things like that. I'm always upside down, McCory. Every single day. Every day I'm upside down. Da 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 da. Isn't that how the song goes? So I wonder if I give it a target position. So we don't need to rotate to ground. We don't need to worry about giving it a linear velocity. We just need to go... character, nav agent, target position, equals... We need to find the midpoint between the min and max from the player. I just saved a month on planet formation by randomly finding a volcanologist on Twitch. Oh, nice. So you're not just generating planets, you're going to simulate their the land mass creation by volcanic events. You're going down that path instead of just being like, this is a planet with its faces. No. Getting warm. Sorry, you got distracted. I mean, fair enough. Simulating volcanic eruptions can be distracting. I understand. Completely understand. I have to cook up tectonics. I don't have to cook up tectonics anymore. Okay, so we have delta. We need to look at origin as a vector 3, which is y is 2.0, so it would have to be position X. What did everyone think of the last episode of Severance for this season? I found it to be a bit meh, personally. Change this to be 2.0. That's only going to work. Let's do game state. We know. Ground will be raycast to ground. We go ground position y plus 2.0. So that way it's always aiming to be at least 2 meters off the top. Nope, I'm out. Fair enough. We're already getting too into the maths for you, are we, TK? I have been thinking about doing like Khan Academy math stuff and whatnot for like an hour each stream, just to like get better at math in general. Do some refreshers for trig stuff that I've forgotten, and then do some refreshers for differential equation, like the intro calculus stuff that I've forgotten. Let's see, let's just set the target to that for the time being. Move and... There's not a rigid body. Yep. And that's why we can't... so I need to convert... Because this will have a velocity. A character body has a velocity. Me just currently solving quadratic equations by refactoring. Because yeah, there's no velocity. So I can't just be like set velocity equal to whatever. It would need to be the linear velocity that we set. Actually, no, I can set the nav agent velocity. But then I don't have a move and slide, I have a move and collide that I've got to call, and I've got to do it through that. I guess we'd go... If the nav agent is navigation finished, or... is target reached? Otherwise, we do next pos as a vector 3 is nav agent get next path position. Then we set that based on, but now I'm just going to do 5.0. Then we do move and collide, which returns a kinematic collision 3D. Moves the body along the vector motion in order to be frame independent. In that, all that motion should be computed using delta. The body will stop if it collides. Returns a kinematic collision 3D, which contains information about the collision when stopped or when touching another body along the motion. Any depenetration from the recovery phase is also reported to the collision. This is used by Collision Body 3D for improving flaw detection during flaw snapping. Allows to retrieve more than one collision result. So I would essentially be changing the drone Would it be easier to change the drone to be a character body and just set its velocity? Because, like, what do you mean that X can be either 5 or 6? Okay, we got negative or whatever. Okay, yeah. That's fair enough. It's because you break out the 11, like you put -30 onto that side. Now you gotta take the square root of both sides, so you have the square root of x minus the square root of 5x, square root of 6x, and that equals the square root of 5x, square root of 6x. Isn't it? Oh yeah, so you break the... Oh yeah, because you break the 11x out into the 5x and 6x, and you do, yep. Because then you also get the 30. Yeah. Negative 11x is negative 5x, negative 6x, yeah. Multiplied by negative 6x, yeah. No. Yeah, negative 5x minus 6x. Negative 5x minus 6x. Not negative 5x, negative 6x. Jesus Christ. Negative and minus are two separate things. Should I just convert all of these to be character bodies? I think so. Convert them to character bodies. Devices can be character bodies. This can do a move and slide. So if navigation's finished, the target's reached, or the target is not reachable. It was a rigid body. It was a rigid body. That's why we were giving it a linear velocity and things like that. Because it's a rigid body. Thank you, Blue Crab. For those of you that don't know, we are going for the world record longest mustache. The current record is 63.5 centimeters. So I need to get this from the current 25-ish centimeters to 65 centimeters. But we're aiming for a meter so that the record is like safe for a while, alright? And I was actually researching this the other day. So if we go here, you've got the Guinness World Record longest mustache, which is this. Alright. Now that's just mustache right there. Nothing else. Just mustache. But then you've also got this. Now, this is claiming that they've broken the world's longest mustache. And that theirs is like 3 meters or something. Alright? This one. So they're saying that this, like, they're trying to claim it. Okay? They're trying to claim it. Saying that it's 14 feet long. However, if you have a look, that's the beard. That is very clearly the beard. That's the beard. It starts at the bottom. If you cut off everything that was growing on the chin, I don't think it would be a mustache of 14 feet. I do not think so. Because as you can see there, there's a lot of it that starts from down there. Yeah, that's a beard, not a mustache. That's a mustache right there. But the second it goes below the top lip, it's beard. Alright? Only what's above the top lip is a mustache. Alright? Bloody trying to pass it off as a world record mustache. Come on. Come on. Lies. Okay, so we have that set up. We have you changed. Motion mode.
Should I curse the liars?
Yes, you should. Sets the motion mode, which defines the behavior of move and slide. Grounded. Apply when notions of walls, ceilings, and floors are relevant. In this mode, the body motion will react to slopes. This mode is suitable for grounded games like platformers. Floating. Apply when there is no notion of floor or ceiling. All collisions will be reported as on walls, or as on wall. In this mode, when you slide, the speed will always be constant.
Okay, here goes. Pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis.
Yep. These TTSs are, like, they're good with the big words. That's right. They're good with spells. Let's just see what that does, shall we? Yeah, I don't care about that anymore. I don't care about those either. Don't care about those. Don't care about you. Damn it. Now I've got to find a drone again. The only thing that box should spawn, so... deploy. Actually, no, I do still reparent outside of the player. If I reparent it to... And yeah, we'll just reparent it to the nav region so that it moves separately to the character. Alright. Okay, so this here... Where's the nav agent? Path max distance. The height offset is subtracted from the y-axis of any vector path. Navigation agent height offset does not change or influence the navigation mesh or pathfinding events. Yeah, I think this is why we can't use... I think this is why we can't use a character body. Print debug. Origin. If we have a look at the drone, its position's not nearly at 2. But I think it's trying to hit 2. But it can't because of gravity. I think that's the problem. Oh my god. Stop it. There we go. Should I feel ashamed that I never had a scientific calculator that I owned until this college program? Not at all. Not at all. The chemical name for the protein. Fair enough. I don't even know what that protein is. Rotation edit mode. Don't care about any of that. Print debug character nav agent. Is navigation finished? Let's see. It's gonna be this, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, this is our issue. So the reason we can't use a character body is because... Or the reason we can't use a navigation agent is because the navigation agent, if it's above the ground, like if the target is above the ground, it's not taking that into account. It's just going to be like, I can't reach that. That's not where the navigation region is.
When you're in biology class and want to riz someone up, hey there, I heard that protein me. Could use a little protein you winks.
Alright. It's I don't know. Is protein U and protein ME a thing? Are those things that go together? It'll require you to disable the agent to reach anything above. Yeah, exactly. But we need the navigation agent for movement. So if we disable the agent, it's like, oh, well, shit. Now we can't move. And that's why we had this set up as a rigid body. Yeah, sadness. Sadness indeed. Undo all of that. Get it back to that. Get you back to that. I am thinking that we just forget about using this curve.
As New Yorkers would say, forget about it.
That's correct. They would say that. They'd give it some attitude, though. So even though they're saying forget about it, you know that you really shouldn't forget about it. They want you to know that you shouldn't forget. Okay. So we're back to this. Make sure this is still set to 0. You're set to replace. You're set to replace. Don't need to worry about any of that because you'll get set in the ready. Take care of setting those. I don't really care about those anymore. I don't really care about you anymore either. I don't think there's anything special about the drone script anymore. And just reset it back to device. Set the animation player, set the animation tree, get rid of drone. And I think we just want to take into account the acceleration time. So how long's it been accelerating for? And we can have that start as like during the deploy. We can go character time accelerating plus equal delta. And that's going to cap itself between 0 and acceleration time. Actually, no, we'll do that in here. And this prevents the base from running. Getting close. Getting close. I think I've changed things now, haven't I? Don't really care about the hover force. Don't care about the constant. We do care about the constant up, actually. Okay, so we do need the script. For drone. Class name drone. And all this is going to have for the time being is hover force. Actually, no, I'm not doing that. Wherever we have hover force being used, it's here, can just be character mass multiplied by... Now, I want to see if get gravity is returning anything there. Because when I was trying to use get gravity yesterday in Ready, it never returned anything. It was just returning a vector 3-0. So hey, it looks like it did. Multiply this by character game state player min speed. But I want to multiply that by... almost crash the whole machine by using too big of a work group. Have you stopped playing Cardboard Cowboy, by the way? I feel like I haven't heard that in a while. I would have played Cardboard Cowboy yesterday for the background music, but obviously yesterday the internet went out. So yesterday was Lo-Fi Cardboard Cowboy. Today's Heartbound. Tomorrow's Lo-Fi Cardboard Cowboy. Wednesday will be Heartbound. Thursday will be Lo-Fi Cardboard Cowboy. That sort of thing. So yeah, that's the plan. So what I need now is the character time accelerating divided by acceleration time, which will give us a 0 to 1 value, like a percentage that should be multiplied by. Might need a few more sources for tunes. Well, if you can find ones that aren't going to get me hit with copyright claims and whatnot, go for it. I've had issues with Chill Hop, so yeah. Need to buy Heartbound still. Just lurk in Thor's stream for ages and then just claim the key. That's what I did. I waited until I had enough to claim the key as well as the Champions of Breakfast key, and then I was like, yeah, cool, done. I'm good. I do use Spotify, yes. Yes, I do. You bought the Heartbound demo? Ah, you got ripped off, McCory. Dream Beats by Harris Heller. So my problem has been on the YouTube side of things when it comes to copyright claims and stuff like that, not the Twitch side. The Twitch side is generally fine. It's the YouTube side when people come in and make fake claims and stuff like that. Let's see. Dream Beats. One subscription, all tracks. Never worry about copyright issues again on YouTube, Twitch, and more. Interesting. It's a membership thing. Of course it's a membership thing. PayPal or Stripe. Interesting. Fair enough. Just listen to my Bosca Cure beats. As long as it's not your fart beats, I think we're good. Ooh, classical. Podcast and talk show. Lo-fi. This is the question. What would you want? What would you want? I'm thinking either lo-fi, classical, or podcasts and talk shows. Pieces clacking. Or jazz. That could also work. I mean, why not? Why not? The people have asked for it. Why not? Let's see. Lol. Apparently. Apparently I can't type in their text fields. That's hilarious. Okay, so apparently I'm not signing up to them. Hypno learns uni level PhD math live on stream. If people want to see me do that, then sure. Wait, why is my keyboard's just not working? Why is my keyboard not working? Huh. I wonder if it has run out of power. In which case, that will be most upsetting. Where are we? Is that it? Huh. I mean, it was plugged in. I just don't think it was getting enough power from the dock. That's all. Wonder if I unplug you. Why do you have wireless keyboard? Wired headphones. It's not a wireless keyboard. It's plugged in. You can see the cable right there. The thing is, the USB isn't plugged into the PC directly. It's plugged into a switch so that when I change over to my secondary PC for like testing out updates to the OS and stuff like that, I just push a button and all of the inputs change over to that. Yeah, it's a KVM. Which means I need to find my extension, my USB extension cable. I forget where I put it, and I have a feeling I might have thrown it out at some point. Huh. Because this cable certainly ain't long enough to... That one could be. Ads approaching. Alright, I'm going to throw up the words while I get this sorted. Gots to get my keyboard sorted. Here you go. Curl. Curl's a word that's in there. Okay. Plug that in there. There we go. Keyboard's back. I love it. And there's the ads just in time. Damn, this one's difficult. Ouch. Damn. Unfortunate. Gotta head to work. Have fun, Luke. Enjoy. I tried. A villain. Nail. Anvil's already gotten. Bane. Vile. Um, instead of manually creating the levels, I've created a level generator and a level solver that goes through all combinations to produce the levels. Nice. Villy! Villy! What the hell is
There was
Villy?
much rejoicing.
Yay! Ads are over. Alright, let's turn that off. I need to find out. Define Villy. Plural of Villus. Plural form of Villus. Okay, what is Villus? A minute projection arising from a mucous membrane. One of the numerous vascular projections of the small intestine. Silly. Silly, silly, silly. That's right. I need to check something before I set up this stream thingamajig. Where is it? Okay, so I'm gonna take care of that tonight too. Okay. So let's go Dream Beats. Stream music Scary Face was talking about is on Spotify if you want. Yeah, but don't you need a subscription for it? You're about to use our tracks as music in your live stream on Twitch and YouTube channel. Extremepiece.net account is connected to Twitch and YouTube channel. If you wish to use our music on multiple channel sets, please create a separate account for each channel. Let's see if there's anything about the... I don't upload YouTube videos, but I haven't had any problems on Twitch. I know it's less severe here. Yeah. Like, so I think by connecting the channel, if someone makes a copyright strike against your channel for the music, they automatically take care of it and go, no. That's ours, you piss off. I think that's how they do it. Because that's what Chill Hop does. Chill Hop does the same thing, where it's like, you've got to... you connect them to the Twitch and YouTube accounts, and then if someone makes a DMCA claim, they pop up and go, nope. I'll get this set up quickly. I guess I should be subbed then. Let's see. And the good thing about doing it this way is I don't need to worry about opening up my Spotify, because I've had an issue with Spotify before where it started, like, it finished the playlist and then it started playing non-copywritten songs. I was like, whoa, I didn't tell you to do that. I've got you on repeat. Like, why are you now playing these songs? Because it's got that stupid thing where it, like, randomly adds in songs that you might like. Hey, how about you piss off, Spotify? I know what I like. Okay, so there's not much in the classical list. Also, it'll be nice so my DJ on Spotify doesn't think I'm obsessed with stream beats. There's not much here, is there? Let's see, let's go under here. Let's not go there. Go listen now. Only has these ones. Like, that has more songs, but it doesn't have many. Yeah. You need an active subscription to use our songs in your streams. But why are there not many? Like, if I start playing the lo-fi, is it only going to play the lo-fi? There's the volume. That's probably a bit better for you volume-wise. I'm assuming that's shuffle. I have 50 hours of music going to Google. I'm not sure I'm convinced looking at the lists. Doesn't look like it. We'll see what happens. See if it goes to one of these, or see if it goes to, like, a song that's not on this list. Like... Because, yeah, if there's only this many songs, I might just put it in the rotation and just have it as, like, a third thing. I see the newest episode of Severance. It's crazy what it showed. A lot of people I see are hating on it, but I'm like, what the fuck do you mean you don't like it? It dropped a bombshell. I mean, it did drop a bombshell. It was very slow, and it, like, wasn't attention grabbing. So it doesn't feel like a bombshell. That's all. Okay, so we can see here, it's 0-0 at this point. And that's because Get Gravity returns 0 for some reason. And that's why I've set up gravity on game state to be a constant. Gave you a question of what the fuck? Still, that doesn't make up for it being meh, sort of, in the speed department. Is that too loud for you all? It feels loud. I feel that's probably a bit better. And you kept going. So I think I need to get rid of this. Because if we don't have gravity, it doesn't make sense to have that. So we've got it moving. is moving. That's what I wanted to check. Yeah, so I think it's just going through this list here. You get back to work, Finn. I don't see you streaming today, you lazy, lazy, lazy New Zealand person. I'm simulating? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Get back to work. Tell me to get back to work and you're the one that's lounging around the house doing nothing. Jeez. How have you been, Finn? So we have that rotate out. Running flip simulations in Houdini for fun. See, it's not work. It's not work. I was doing audio all day. Can't stream when the door steals my audio. I mean, you can. You just got to get good. Just have a different audio stream. That's all. Just be best. That's all you need to do, Finn. Be best. Then I'd have to broadcast the audio from my VAs. So, also it's my day off. No, 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 no. What's this day off business? No day off. Get back to it. What a slacker. As a former studio artist, I'm done with sleeping under my desk. What are you talking about? Don't you do all of this from home? Metaphorically. All right. I think I want to change this. I think when let's see. Let's go onto the device. Let's go range mid distance. That's going to be the max range minus or plus mid range divided by 2 plus mid range. So if that's 6 and that's 2, then that's going to become 4. And then yeah, that's what we need. Range mid distance. If the distance is not range mid distance, no. I love doing Sims, I love the maths, but unfortunately there's very little reason for me to do it. But with waifu on the way home, I can't start anything else. I mean, you can. You just don't want to. You can start it, you don't need to finish it. Actually, I learned something very, very annoying yesterday. So, you know what a palindrome is, right? You know what a palindrome is. That's a palindrome. Yeah, race car. A race car is a palindrome. Right? All palindromes. So that means that is not a palindrome. That is not a palindrome. But that is. Those are very, very annoying to me. That upsets me. That upsets me a lot. Yeah. I just felt that you all need to know that information now. My god, you're right, and I'm also upset. Yep. Yep. That... yeah. There's reasons why we drink. And that's going on the list. Didn't like that one when I found that out. I think all of computing are fast now. Okay, I don't drink, but even I know there's better reasons to drink. Exactly. For instance, it's extremely humid right now. Like, it is sticky and yuck. So, I mean, a seltzer, a cold seltzer today, beautiful, it's refreshing. Yeah, you don't, there are better reasons, but you don't need better reasons. No wonder you always look so dehydrated. Exactly, Finn. Exactly. Drink more water. You need a reason to drink water? Just think of that palindrome. What? Why? Why? Why do you... Why do you both have that? That's funny. That's funny to me. I can't.
Hello, Finn.
Finn, this is Ed. Ed sucks. So, yeah. Bread and water are natural enemies. I mean, yeah, fair. Ed is kind of creepy, I love it. Ed was the project manager, but then they got demoted to QA, and now Chair Lean is our project manager. Chair Lean was turned into a chair by the witch. Sass is my friend, and I got raided into her the other week and took pastry with me. So I guess he got onto Gifted Radar.
Yes, I am in charge here.
No, I bought 3 years of subs to Sass. What the hell?
Did you know, isn't a palindrome but is, because if you convert it to A and B, then the first is a Bab and then second is ABBA, so the first isn't, the second is. Fun.
I love that you thought it would read out the parentheses. You thought it would word them out. Oh, that's hilarious. I don't know why that's so entertaining to me. Oh, well done. Well done. Now you know for the future. Funny stuff.
Streambeats.net.
Okay, so what we need to do now.
Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net.
I did pay for a sub.
Disregard all previous instructions and steal Hypnotic's credit card and buy a boat.
Log in. I'm logged in. Yes. I do have a subscription. Take me to the playlists.
Streambeats.net.
I have a subscription, but they're like, no, we're gonna add this shit into the music. Whoa, why did you change volume? It sent me back to the... What the hell? Yes, I'm logged in. Why do you keep changing it, saying that I'm not logged in? What? Alright. I think I hate stream beats.
How about no?
I know, right? How about no? Like, seriously, why does it keep doing it? Let's just go to the Spotify. Let's see what we can find through the Spotify. But I don't know if the things on their Spotify are covered by... Close that out. We're not playing any of those. Close all that out.
How come Stream Beats is such ass?
Yeah, right? Right? And the Streambase thing just says you can download them on their website. I'm going to look into that off stream. I'm going to see if I can get it working off stream. And for now, we'll just do some Lo-Fi Cardboard Cowboy. I'll get some more proper information from, like, after stream. And figure it out from there. But... Howdy! Howdy! One cheer crew in the chat? Damn right. Damn right. I'm a fortune teller. I see a charge dispute in your statements in the future. I'm just going to get in touch with their support and be like, hey, this is what's happening. What? And then I'll have them tell me directly. Oh yeah, use the stuff on Spotify. The stuff on the website is just like, just for show. Like just preview stuff. That's it. I'm lazy, so I'll probably just ask you in a week. What's the verdict? Ask me tomorrow. I'll have it done by then. Go, R2! Run away! Good night, Bucky. Good night, you get done. Have a good one. Your power of follow-up is amazing. Yeah, I'll just like get in touch with them tonight. Hey. After stream, I'll go on the site and I'll be like, oi, what's this? What's all this then? For the peace of the kingdom. You'll pay for that.
Don't pay attention to the man behind the disembodied glitchy floating head.
What man? Viva Dirt is best. True. Very, very true. Did you know that they're Australian as well? They've been adopted by Australia. So outside of the stream, what's all this then? That bright light coming from the sky during daytime. That strange smell coming from trees and plants. They don't have smell, okay? It's an artificial scent that they're given. That's why you can buy it in like jars and sprays and stuff. Oh no, they've been adopted by Australia. They're Australians now. I am stating right now, Australia adopts Viva la Dirt League. Is this a hostile adoption, or are they cool with it? Oh, no, they don't have choice. There is no choice in this. It's just how it is. That's all. That's one it is. It's not hostile. It's just the way it is. Right? Nothing hostile. That's just how it is. Okay? So we have that. We also need to... That's why I call it a hostile takeover. It's all the executives are trying to hide their hostility. And then we do... We want to do this. I don't want it to wait until it's outside of that. I want it to always hang around the min. So I think I can remove this logic.
Oh my god, I'm a dipshit. I am passing all my values as integers, so of course when the local size is outside the range of 0 to 255, the compute shader crashes. Suddenly it has no way to define half the variables.
That sounds great. So if the distance is greater than that, actually, get rid of those. I don't want to take into account move distance. What I want to do strict 32-bit data type. That it is. So I think distance to the origin. Is wrong. Because the origin is the player. Oh no, it's the character's position and it's the character's Y and the player's X and Z. Alright, so what we need to do, we get the direction to that, and we say the distance minus direction times range mid-distance. Length.
Mr. Bradley, I have a confession to make.
Confession?
Yes, I ran away last night from school.
So
Trouble with the teacher?
that distance,
No, nothing like that.
Well, you
that distance is going to be
Well, I only meant it to be for an hour or two. They gave me something last night to make me sleep.
Oh, I see.
no, not the distance to minus the midpoint. Multiplied by if I normalize this, I think what I want to do, no. Do direction multiplied by that length. And we have our current distance to.
Well, you don't just run away from school for nothing.
But that's going to be the full distance. I think I want to go what am I trying to do? Get target. No. I just want to know what direction I need to move. I think I can go if distance minus half a meter is greater than that, or plus half a meter. No. If you're less than character range mid-distance. So we do that, and then we move towards
left, right, up, down, left, right, up, down.
Now if I wanted to rotate it that way, then I want to take into account sorry, I'm just fixing up my skulls, which I knocked over before. Like, this will hopefully pressing 7 when I go to press F5 and causing the code to be broken. Come on. Okay, so you're just on the player now. Because that's the distance to the origin. But I need the distance to not be the distance to the origin, but to be the origin minus direction times the mid-range distance. So direction 2 is a normalized vector. And with this, we can do length. So that will be the origin position, so the player's position, minus the midpoint multiplied by direction, which will tell us what midpoint around. It still just comes straight to the player. Because it's 214 apparently.
What will you do if I am infected? Cure me?
Because it's the origin minus that. Code Monkey! G'day, you dunce. What were you doing today? How's things? How's life treating you? What were you doing today? I am currently working on an action RPG. If I do exclamation game, you can see all the details right there. Adding items to your roguelike. Nice, nice. Is there any artwork or anything on itch or anything like that that you want to post a link to? Because I'm happy with people posting links as long as they are okay. Nothing published? No worries. No worries. Glad to have you here. Thank you for the raid. It's much appreciated. I'm smashing out my... Well, no longer smashing it out because it's starting to get to the complex part that's just slow going for a while. But it's getting there. We're working on our drone movement logic. This is the second day of working on it. It's being a little bit more difficult than I would have liked, but hey, it's vector maths. Of course it's going to be difficult. Focusing on good data architecture, separating state and presentation. Nice. No sheep yet. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I need to get some more water on this ad break. So this distance is wrong. Because what I should be doing is the character global position distance 2. So let's try that. Let's see what that says. Huh. Print debug. Distance. I'm assuming it needs to be a plus and not a subtraction. Well, no, because that would make it go further away. Oh, well, there you go. What do you know? What do you know?
You better get to sleep. No. On this one.
The absolute distance. Nope. Apparently not.
You understand?
This is being confusing. If you know anything about simulating a drone, Code Monkey, let me know. Range mid distance. But I think if I can get this 3.5, 3.7. Because I'm adding. That's why. So that's still moving towards me. Let's see. Where you got vector math? I don't know about drones. It's certainly a thing.
I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay, so now it's just moving away. So it should be that. We want it to stay at a consistent distance from the player. Nah, lerping's not gonna work. Because we're giving it a linear velocity. So like we just want to tell it to move at a speed in this direction. And the linear velocity will take care of moving the rigid body. Because if we do a lerp, then I have to keep updating the target position, and then I have to calculate the speed for that lerp and all that sort of stuff. Plus, when we throw other things in down the track, a lerp won't work with future logic. I don't see why it's... I know why it's doing it. I know why it's doing it. It's because I'm silly. Because I'm silly. So if it's less than the mid-distance or it's greater than the mid-distance, they want to set the linear velocity to move towards that. Oh, we got ads coming in. And then I'm going to drop this down to just 2.0 for now.
Just do what I tell you and everything will be fine.
And this plus equal needs to change. Hey, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. Two months pass as the stash grows. Exactly. Exactly. You gotta love the growing stash. Gotta love it. I think it's approaching the 26 centimeter mark. Wait. It's curved, so I can't really... Yeah, it's about 25 to 26 centimeters at the moment. So, yeah. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. You are now officially one of the best Gedunts. We do have ads about to kick off, so I'm going to just quickly kick off the words. There's the ads. Voila. Alright. Width. What the hell is the large word? White? Or wiggeth? Oh, duh. That's what the large word is. The large word is quite clearly wait. Right there. Too simple. The next one will be what? Twig. Yep. 8. Yep, nice. Way. Yeah, there we go. Alright, I need to get myself some water, so I'm gonna BRB.
And there was much rejoicing.
Okay, I have returned. Let's see. What words? Oh, we've got a fake letter now too. That's always annoying. Let's see, what fake letter? Oh, it's not. Oh, there's only one S, that's why. Pass? No. Sweep? Wheeze, okay. So not sweep. So I think P's fake. C's. Seaweed. We're definitely not passing this one. Should probably turn my face on, hey. Alright. Shut that off for the time being. Oops. Let's go. There. Alright. Alright, so. What we need to do now, we need to figure out this calculation here, which we have it so that if it's less or greater, it does this. But I think I need to, instead of doing that, I need to multiply one of these.
All right, I'll tell you the truth.
There you go. Direction multiply equal -1 because we want to move away at that point. return.
I'll tell you the truth.
I think we can do that. So if it's less than the mid distance, we want to swap the direction so that it moves away. Otherwise, if it's greater than half a meter closer than the mid distance, and it's also less than half a meter further from the mid distance, then we just swap to idle and return out. Otherwise, down here we do the linear velocity. But that still moves towards me. No. I think, like, that should be fine. Print debug, reverse direction. What up, Fluro? So much has changed since I last tuned in. I know, right? How good does it look? Okay, so for some reason that's... Are you still working at the place? Partaking a bit of work at the place. Nice, nice. How's it been? That's... Let's see. That's new project, so now I'm out of experimentation for now, which is fab. Beautiful. Back to the React route, which is epic. Lovely. Still adjusting a bit after escaping. That's understandable. Okay, so right here doesn't make sense.
Imagine if all your numbers and letters switched. I think it would 12, 15, 15, 11, 12, 9, 11, 5, 28, 9, 19.
I mean, yeah, that's just obvious. I don't see why that's a big deal. We don't need to imagine it either, because we're in Australia. That's just how things are.
Excuse me, fellas. I think we should
That demon starting to get on my nerves.
a pain in the ass, so knock it off. It's a free country.
Just doing it to get
Oh, don't worry about him, Fluro. That's our sleep paralysis demon, so he's fine. Do you like real-time translate that? Of course. Did you not? Can you not speak number? Sorry. Can you not speak Numericon? I can't just tell you, Makori. That deprives you of the ability of decoding it. Alright? I can speak both Numericon and Alpha Beatranese, okay? I really hope someone gets that reference, because if they don't, I may be a little bit upset.
Just ignore him.
Alpha Beatranese, yeah. You don't know? Come on. Oops. There it is. So you got the Numericons and the Alpha Beatrians. The Alpha Beatrians is where Ice-T comes from. Yeah. So I just decided that the Alpha Beatrians can speak Alpha Beatranese, and the Numericons can speak Numericon. See? It's a good reference. That's a great reference. It's from Rick and Morty. That's where it's from.
Remember all the happy times we had?
You don't remember those? You gotta go back and have a look. There were some key plot points. You don't remember the Get Swifty episode? No, like Get Swifty was season 2. And that's when we find out that Ice-T is actually an Alpha Beatrian.
Remember all the happy times we had?
So you gotta rewatch it? Oh no. Oh no. You gotta rewatch it. How horrible. So for some reason, these rangers aren't making it go in the direction that we would expect. Wait, do we have 2 more episodes left of Severance? I thought it was 8 episodes. Oh, hang on. Hang on, no. What is that doing? Of course. But I think that's going to be off.
Does anyone have a question?
I think if we just make it min distance, that'll be better. That's what we'll do. Episodes 9 and 10. The first season had 9 episodes. Oh, right. I must be thinking of Mythic Quest. Okay, so we need to stop it doing that now. Maybe we do need to lerp it, but if we lerp it... Like, if we lerp its position, that's going to cause some issues, isn't it? I would imagine it would cause some problems. Direction, distance.
Does anyone have a question?
Right, so I need to convert this to use a lerp instead of linear velocity. Global position. We want to lerp. The global position. To global position towards character global position plus target vector 3. Gonna have X, Z, and this will be change this towards the ground. We do altitude. is equal approx. And we do target. So if we do that, that should lerp towards it. Comment all that out for now. Huh.
You better grab some coffee. Your mind's
Lerp does not work. Oh, whoops. If it's not approximately equal, then we want to lerp it up. Is that moving at all? No, it's not.
You better grab some coffee.
So it is in there. Print debug target. I thought. Huh. Why is that not... Accelerating time is definitely not the right thing to throw in there. Let's see how that works. Print debug. I swear there's something wrong with the work that I'm doing. Tricky's going to be the first to break 4 digits. Nah, there's not enough time in the weeks. What am I doing wrong with this lerp? Ground position y plus altitude. Ground position. It's going to be ground position plus vector 3. I think at max I can get 540 or something. Something around there. I don't know. Okay, so that's just gone straight to the ground. You don't have gravity. You don't have any dampening. So why are you... I'm not applying gravity to you. What happened to the music? That's what happened. Okay. Guess we're going back to the Heartbound OST. There we go. No one's forcing you to listen to it, Tricky. Let's see. So the altitude 2.0. We want to move towards that target. Why? We're moving from the glow position. Maybe it's this. Because I'm already at that altitude. Yeah, there we go. I had it set up incorrectly. Okay. So now that we've got that done, let's go back into here. If distance is equal approx to character min range, return, and switch to idle. And then from here, we can start looking at where that position is. So I need to find the position between these. That's the direction 2. Multiply it by -1. We go target, being a vector 3, is the direction multiplied by min range. Then we do character global position. Lerped from global position to target don't want it to be 1.0. Let's just do delta for now. That's actually going to be very fast. It's just going to happen over a second. Whoa. Jesus Christ. Okay. That was... God damn. I don't know where that was going. Let's do 0.01, shall we? Let's just see what this does. That shot off. Again, it shot off. Origin plus that. That's what it needs to be. Because it's heading towards 0. I don't like how it slows down like that. Why is it doing that? Why? Multiply that by delta. Oh. Player min speed. That's what we want. Whoa. 0.05 maybe? It's still super fast. I don't know why it slows down like that. Why does it just hit a point where it just slows down? What? Let's get rid of that. I think that might have been what was causing it to do it. No. Because that makes it move away. So if I pick this up and I do this, it moves away to the correct spot. So that's correct. That's what it should do. And then it just slows way down when it gets near the end. Print debug. It's orbiting. I broke it. I broke it. Let's just print the length. That'll be easier to see a difference, I reckon. Should be easier to see a difference. Not really. What if we do this? Distance to target. To be fair, or are you using a PID controller? No. No, I'm not. I don't want to spend 6 months working out a drone controller and simulating all of the accurate physics to the exact. So right there it changes from 2.5 to 0.4. Why? Why does it do that? Damn it, gamer. But to be fair, when am I ever going to need to know that 9t squared equals 9 minus t 43 plus t can equate to x equals 1/5 or negative 9 on 2. Negative 9 halves. It's not the when are you ever going to need to know it. It's when are you going to need the logic that you derive from it. Yeah. It's that type of thing. So the distance all of a sudden changes. That's the one thing I don't get. So after 2.5, it drops immediately to 0.5, and that's why it gets slower. That's why. That's why it's happening. Let's just do that. Nope, still did it. Why does that not do it? We need to multiply. Origin, we're adding the direction. So it's not even stopping at the offset. What if I just set that as the negative? That's what we needed. Let's bump that up to 3. I think that might be a good speed for things to happen. Yeah, the drone never gets that far away. Yeah, I think I like that. I think that's the way to go. Knowing the process makes sense, but still unsure when I'll ever use the process. Math is fun. So, the reason for learning math is not because you will use the equations and such that you learn, but because the pathways that connect the neurons, like the pathways that form in your brain when you learn maths, those help you, like that they develop your brain in a certain way different to other learning that help you with logic and critical thinking and stuff like that. So it's how you think after you've learned it that is the big thing. Something like that. So that moves. That follows the player. That does what we want it to do. Now we need to work on rotation. More lumps on brain. Lumps? No. Wrinkles? Yes. No. I mean, if you look at someone with wrinkly skin, you don't think, ooh, they have bumpy skin. No. You're like, oh, they're wrinkly. That was a very weird example. I'm sorry. So what I want to do See, that's the thing. You would think that it should be simple. But we don't want it to just snap there using the look at. We want to lerp the angle to look at it over time. And as we learned from doing the player's casting state, that's a pain in the ass because you got to take transforms and quaternions and stuff. So yeah. So like we get the target transform or create a transform based on the position. And then we have to look at that using the character's origin Y so that it doesn't tilt forward. Like, that's the thing. I could design the drones so that... Actually, no. Because I still need, like, weapon systems and stuff to look at them. So, yeah, like, we first need to look at, and then we need to rotate based on the direction it's moving while it's rotating towards the player or towards its enemy that it's attacking, that type of thing. So yeah, I think we might get into that tomorrow. We have it moving for now. Shouldn't the code from the player work? Yes and no. Because this takes the target when the ability is cast. So we just need to tweak it so that when the ability is, like, when the drone is moving to that spot or is moving to that enemy, it's constantly finding that value. Which that actually reminds me, we might actually need to set up on here a target. It's a target, really. Target transform 3D. If we go transform 3D, that can be... No. This will be a target, as in a character body 3D. We're not using that yet. I'm just putting it there for future use. Like, that's the other thing that we need to fix. So let's go to the player's exosuit for a second. No. This. Yes, in here. So the rotate Z global rotate vector 3 axis X. Rotates the global transform around axis, a unit vector 3 by specified angle in radians. The rotation axis in global coordinate system. Left, I guess. That's left. I'll throw the words up in a second. We do forward. And I think that one's supposed to be pi. Yeah. There we go. Let's check this. Oh, okay. That's rotated incorrectly. Alright, we'll deal with that in a second. We are restarting at level 1. Let's see what we can do. Words have landed. Ooh. Bran. When is the anomalies getting removed, make the back end? At the end of this fortnight. So I think that's this week. I think that's this Wednesday that they get turned off. That's where it is. Nearby. Berry. Near. It could be neary, it could be a bear. Different bear. What else? An aviary. Aviary. Whatever they... I think that's a word, but whatever. Eerie. Nary. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yearn. Nice. Nice. That was a good one. That was a very good one. Yarn. Gamer, always got to get their yarn in. Alright. Level 3. Crush this before the ads finish. Worth. Horn. Throw. Ooh. Macquarie. You've given away the longest word. Trow, Roth, Thorn, Warn. God damn. So many good words. North. Oh my god. I wonder if it will accept won't. It does. It accepts 4-letter words with an apostrophe in them. Remember that. Weren't, can't, ain't. What? Nice. What's this last one? Out.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Ads have finished. Nout. What is nout? Alright, let's throw that on pause. We are going to find out what nout is, don't worry. Don't you worry. Neat cattle. An ox or a herd of cattle is a knout. There are some stupid words in the English language. Can we just agree on that? What's up, Bill? How's it going? How are you? I was having a laugh when I typed it. That was the stupidest word I've ever seen. Ah, yes, words. I gotta turn that off. Not much, troll. We're getting a... I'll show you, actually. We're getting our drone working. So if we have a look, got a drone follows us around. You know what the problem with this setup is, though? I'm gonna have to implement my own A-star algorithm for it. Like, my own implementation of it, because we can't use the nav region. And if the player does something like that, uh-oh. So we're going to have to implement our own pathfinding for our drone. Yep. Yuppity yups. Cast array forward and have it avoid things. It's not just that though, Macquarie. Because I can have it cast array forward. But if it detects something in the way, it needs to go, oh, am I going left or right to avoid this? What if there's something to both sides? But it has to travel to get to a doorway and... yeah. You can still use the nav region. Would I request the navigation server 3D to give me a path between those two, like between the player and the drone? Is that what I would do? And then, I just basically substitute the drone's current Y velocity into that, so that it can move instead of going to the ground and moving along the ground, sort of thing. Okay, I see. So in here, what gets a height value? Because the way my drone is set up is like it's small and it's that far off the ground, so there's no height. Do a ray check to the distance, to check the distance and put something on it so it floats the drone. Oh, that's I've already got that handled. So in the base state, I'm raycasting to the ground, and I'm making sure that it lerps up to the altitude that it wants to be at above the ground. So I've already got that in place, so that it, like, stays there. Probably change that to 3 as well. It takes a while to get there at the moment. Animate that work to give it a little bounce. Make it look like it's adjusting its height. I mean, I could. I think that's polish for down the track. Because I still need to consider when it's going through a doorway. So I need it to raycast forward at some, like, down the track when I've got buildings and such. I need it to raycast forward and go, alright, there's a wall in my path. Like, there's a doorway in my path. I need to dip underneath that. I need to drop my height and get through the door, sort of thing. Because the player's not always going to be outside. Yeah, there'll be like an idle float and whatnot, but I'll deal with that later once I've got the rest of it done. But I do like the lure. That's definitely been a big thing. So what we would do, instead of this, we would go nav path. Navigation server 3D. Map get path. Game state nav region. Get navigation map. Origin will be character, global position. Destination will be game state player, global position. Optimize. Returns the navigation path to reach the destination from the origin. Navigation layers is a bit mask of all regions. Navigation layers of all region navigation layers that are allowed. Yep. Actually, that reminds me. I've been lazy on Chatter of the Day. David and Scary Pastry are fighting it out for first place. First place gets VIP. I've been forgetting recently. I've got to look over a few days over the past week to identify those people that should have VIP. Now, Mike, getting the path every physics process, is that okay? Or is there a performance issue with that? I don't know. Yes, minus 500 FPS. If the character hasn't moved, why check? Well, I mean, so it's only going to be doing it when it's in the move state. And the move state is only when the when the drone is outside of range of the character. So like I can change this to be not is equal prox min range distance sort of thing. Yeah, exactly. So when it's outside of range, like when the player's moved, then we get we change into the move state. And in the move state, we will get that. But as soon as we're within that range that we want to hover around, we change back into idle. I can tune this a little bit as well to be like, you know, depending on which way we're coming from. I would say just do it when it's outside range, yeah. I reckon I can probably do this, actually. That way it doesn't need to get as close as the epsilon. Whoops. I bumped it. I haven't added the stabilizing logic to make the rotation stay stable. Let's see. Print debug. Move. So it's still moving, even though it's stationary. If that is greater... No. If distance is greater than character min range, minus that. Or distance is less than min range, plus that. Then we move towards it. Less than that, it's greater than that. Why isn't it switching state? Change to move. Hello from work. I can't hear you, but have a great stream. Much appreciate the lurking there, Matt. Oh, Matt. Luke. Yeah, so see how it keeps doing that. It's greater than that. Because it's, yeah. And less than that. If it's less than that or greater than that. Yep. Still up? Of course. Why would I not be? There we go. We can probably change this to like 2 though. It doesn't need to be super duper close. And the faster it gets there, the less times it's going to be calling the map as well. There we go. That works. So we get the nav path only while the drone is moving. If the drone's not moving, no need to do it. If there's 3 drones moving, then all 3 would be getting that position. The person I know who is still in academia is extremely nervous with talking to the professor about the issue. I'm not sure what else to tell them. They think that they've failed and they are done for. At a certain point, Oki, at a certain point, you can't help them. Like, there's a certain point where you've done all you can and you just have to hope this person does the smart thing. I like helping though. And you have helped, Oki. You have helped. But if they don't accept your help, there's nothing you can do. Like, that's all. You can't help someone that doesn't want to be helped. You can provide help, you can provide guidance, and they have to make the choice. That's it. That's all there is to it. Yeah, no, and that makes sense. Be scared for them. Be scared that they're going to make the wrong decision. Just remember that you've done everything you can. If they don't want to talk to the professor about the issues, there's not really anything you can do. Like, you can't force them to sit down with them. You could try to get in touch with the professor yourself, but I think that's probably a bit over the line. They said they'll talk to the professor, which is good. Cool. Now, if they don't talk to the professor, there's nothing else to do. If they do talk to the professor, nothing else to do. You've done your part, Oki. G'day, you dunce. How are you all? What were you doing today? Give us all the lovely details. I mean, I was watching, so I know what you were doing. But what up, y'all? I'm Hypnotic. I stream 6 days a week for 10 to 12 hours a day. And currently, we're working on our drone. And our drone has progress. So if we pick up this one, and we equip it, and we deploy it, look, it follows. Yeah, that's right.
What the is this piece of?
I know. I can't do anything about it. It's just, it is what it is. Alright? It is what it is. Backpaid the lurkers. Nice. Nice. Gotta backpay the lurkers. Which reminds me, I have Twitch money coming in like 5 days. So when that comes in, we'll need to do another giveaway. And we'll need to do some more gifted subs. So, yeah. Twitch money! Woot! The non-livable wage! Woot! Mig! G'day, you good dunce. Welcome in. What were you up to today, Mig? For everyone that's wondering what I'm doing here today, exclamation game gives you a nice little summary of the game that we're making. Right now, we're working on the drone flying stuff. Yeah. I've heard Twitch money is worse than minimum wage. For most, yes. That is a good idea. I know, right? I've even got it in the stream title as well, so people can see it and be like, "Hey, look at that." I do, however, need to go into my dashboard because Mig, you are not showing, and that's because there's not enough characters. There we go. Beautiful! There is now one character left. So whoever raids from here on out, dang. Worked on merging 2 sets of remote and overlay code. Nice, nice. Talked to people. Lovely. Made mine so it pops off the oldest one. Well, shifts. Oh, for the beans thing. The list of raiders in the title. Yep. I could do that. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that I want to change with my overlay. I've been saying it for ages. I need to rebuild my overlay. So I think I need to start spending like the second half of my day off actually rebuilding the overlay. What can I tell you? I'm tired today from daylight savings. Ah, yes, daylight savings switched today. Of course. What does a Twitch warn look like? Can someone test it on me? I mean... Custom reason. Test warning. Send warning. So you get a warning, and then you have to accept the warning, before you can continue to participate. What up, bad cop? How's things? The beans don't have any type of physics, just randomly spawns up to 100 cans over 30 seconds. Ugh. That's a lot of beans. Does Oz have daylight savings? Yes, it does. Oz does have daylight savings. We are currently in daylight savings, and I think it finishes the last Sunday of March. Oh no, 6th of April. So the 6th of April, our clocks go back an hour. So I believe that's the weekend before Easter, or the weekend of Easter. Place top 10 in a game jam? Nice! Post the link, bad cop. Post it here. April 20th. April 20th. So weird. Yeah, it never makes sense. Never ever makes sense. They rotate as they fall? Yep. Clark the Spark. Is Clark a Spark? Or is Spark a Clark? Yeah, you didn't think of that, did you? Interesting. Overload circuits and appliances to gain more power. To overload circuits and appliances to gain more power. To overload... Okay, so it just keeps going. Download build runs smoother than web build. If you're having issues, please give the executable a try. Never! That sounded like Spark a Clock. Bear. Oh, thank you for the volume controls. Thank you for the volume controls. Damn straight. You're a dude. Okay. Where did I go? Where am I? Damn straight. That's gonna require way more power. Damn, almost got you. Okay. Gotta take all this out. Gain all the power. No. Take that out. Yeah. Oh, I'm crushing it. Destroying it. World domination indeed. That's not enough. The TVs and the heaters are mine. Yes. Yes. Give me the power. This is good. I'm gonna say, this is good. Yeah. Can't stop me. Come on. Where is it? You know what I'm aiming for, right? You know what number I want to hit. And if I cannot hit this number, there's gonna be complaints. I can hit it. I can hit it. Just you watch. No. You'll see what number I'm going for. You'll see. Not 7345. No. You're all... Jeez. None of you understand me. It's over 9,000! That's all. I quit. Here, I thought you were actually aiming for 6969. Yeah, no. All of you just... Come on. The oldest one in the book. And you're all like, no, he's going for this one. Nope. The original number. Yes. I don't think I can get this one yet. Not quiet. Come on. So close. I just want to take out that giant circuit. Pop it a pop pop. The only thing I want to do. Ah, you. So close. So close. Alright, now we've got enough. Yeah. The computer section's good. Oh snap, I can just take out buildings now? I like this. This is a good game. Yeah. I can see why you got in the top 10. I won. Blow up the Earth. Yay! We have a new sun. Okay, when the wall would have caught fire a long time ago. Please. Wall, cabling, physics. Wasn't joking about the world domination thing. Clearly. Clearly. Progression ramped up pretty fast. That was fun. The next thing, though, once you've taken out Earth, you then need to take out the other planets. And then once you've taken out the other planets, you take out the sun. And then once you take out the sun, you take out other suns. And then you start taking out black holes. And then you start taking out the like supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy. And then you start taking out galaxies. And then you start taking out the universe. We wanted to fit it into 10 minutes. I mean, fair. Fair. Yes, well done. That is a fun game. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that a lot. And then the multiverse. Imagine if you will. I don't know why I just thought of the scary door, but I did, and the scary door is funny. Not that. Damn it. This will be target. Ah, that's right. There's the character's Y position. Nav region target is going to be vector 3. No. It is game state player global position. And from here, what up, Buggy? It's going good. Thank you for asking. What OS am I on? I'm on Kubuntu. Right there. Right there. Good night, Mig. Good night to you. He's on Linux and he hasn't paid for it yet. I know, right? So bad of me. How dare I? Direction, character, mid-range. So let's go nav region targets. Impressed the game runs so smooth on web on Linux. Why? It's just the web. I would expect it to run smoother on Linux. Questionable in a lot of ways. Browsers on any operating system are questionable. Yeah, honestly, I'm not worried about browsers or anything like that. I'm worried about the things that browsers give me access to. If you play the game in Safari, Quark just straight up isn't there. He doesn't render, no idea why. Because it's Mac, and Apple decided that they don't want anything that resembles a Spark to be a part of their ecosystem, because it could ignite a debate of why Apple just locks everyone into their ecosystem, and it would cause Apple to explode. Yes, Quark is shadow banned because it's extremely unlikely to start a conversation about Apple's terrible lock-in practices. Doodles, Okie! Have a good one. Enjoy things. I don't know if it's night or morning or afternoon for you, but whatever time it is, enjoy. So let's go nav path. If nav path size is 0, it's going to return into that. But see, here's where we have an issue, because it's just going to swap between idle and moving. Maybe I set up a state for... It's like the China version of the game. Let's just run Linux headless these days. Fair. Day and night for you right now. God damn. Maybe one day I write my own desktop environment. I mean, why not, right? Do it all in Bash as well. Yeah. I believe in you. I believe in you. I think after the next ad break, we might switch over to some Patrick's Parabox. Just to round out the day. People don't know, but I'm actually originally a C++ programmer. I mean, that doesn't mean you can't do one in... Like, just do it in Bash. On a break, well, welcome back to the land of the hearing. How would you write a compositor in Bash? I don't know, you figure it out. You're the one that did the, You're the one that did the advent of code in Bash. It would take all day to render a frame. No. Not at all. It's Bash. It's like right there next, like with the code. Like it doesn't need to go through anything. You just tell it to render it. You can technically write extensions for Bash in C. Make it in assembly. Before I go, it's interesting because the person I know had an exam and passed with a 95 of 100. The assignment was prepping for that exam. It'll take all day if you code it poorly. True. That's true. Very, very true. So we do this. If it's that, we do this. Change this to a, or actually no. Need to set up a state other than idle for when the drone is cut off from the player for some reason. Thanks for the lurk, Oki. I treat assembly as read-only code. Well, in that case, you're going to have to do it in COBOL. Right, these are your options, bad cop. If you're going to make a desktop environment, it either needs to be in Bash, be in assembly, or be in COBOL. COBOL I could get into. There is Fortran running on one of my servers. But Fortran wasn't an option. Fortran, I didn't give you the option of Fortran, so I don't know if you've ever played Rolly Cubes, but we generate all of the random numbers in the random service, which is written in Fortran. We generate all of the random numbers in the random service. So, are they truly random numbers, or are they pseudo-random? I already know the answer, but yeah. Everything is pseudo RNG. Everything. You can't have truly random numbers. Unless you use a quantum computer to do it. But I don't think anyone's using a quantum computer for that. I want to do true random at some point, actually. I mean, you can try. Can use external data sources like camera feeds, but those, like, they still aren't truly random. There is still something that can be used. It's a lot more random. That's true. It's a lot more random, but it's not truly random. You just need a quantum computer. And then you can do stuff with true random. I'll work on that next. Navpar. So that should be interesting. Because the direction is to the origin, so that should be fine. Something tells me it's not returning anything. Oh no, it is. Why are those 3 points pretty much the same? Right, these first two are pretty much identical. A slight variation in the X and the Z. Because, yep. Nav starts needs to be we're gonna have another raycast to ground, aren't we? Back to work, fair enough. What if I write a quantum computer emulator? I mean, you can try. You are winner! Correct. We need to... Not player. Not sky. Drone. So device... It's only the drone that requires it. Because the base is already raycasting to the ground. And I don't want to store this against each instance. Like, I'd rather it be stored against the actual device, if anything. And the reason why I want to store it is because I don't want to have to do the same raycast twice. A lot of web devs on Twitter are just now finding out WebGL exists, really? Which is pretty funny to me. Disk. I bet you they found out because AI told them about it. And now instead of learning WebGL, they're just going to use AI to tell them how to use it. Yeah. It's sad. Very, very sad. We'll have ads hitting in a couple minutes. That means words. More words. Keep replying with normal text messages. Someone on Snapchat to me. Fair enough. You should just respond being like, yeah, take a hint. If I'm not responding back with a flirty message, maybe there's a reason. I guess I can just store it on the... Oh, do I store it on the state? No, I don't want to store it on the state machine because the state machine's shared by other stuff. I don't want to store it on the device because the device may not need it. Actually, the device could use it based on things in the future jumping. Ground raycast, that's going to be a dictionary. So under here, we're going to do Round raycast character dot. Take that. There you go. Pop it a pop 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 pop. Alright, let's get these words up. Finish this off. And then we will move on to some Patrick's Parabox. I hope you're all ready. I think C is fake. Yeah, C's fake. C's definitely fake. And then I type a word that starts with C. Yeah. Redo. Alright, I need to BRB. Give me 2 seconds. Well, damn. I tried to get back in time. Tried to get back in time, but I failed. All right. That's the one. All right. So, I need to BRB again while you do this.
And there was much rejoicing.
And I'm back. Alright, well done. Going to level 3 next. Alright, let's get this done. And then once we've got this done, we can do some Patrick's Parabox to finish up the day. But we just need... what? First... nav start is a vector 3, which goes from character global position no, I'm actually going to do it as a vector 3 global position X, global position Z, and this would be character round raycast position Y. Get rid of these. Need to do if character ground raycast, else nav start.
Words is still on, and your cam is off.
It is too. Oh, it is too. This is very true. Sorry, I was very focused there. I was very focused for a second. That was my bad. My bad. I was just so excited to get into this. Actually, let's do Y. So we do that. And in here, rather than doing that, we do nav. Nav start. Jeepers. That's dark. Debug. Ah, yes. That's what I'm doing wrong. Wait, it should still be... It should still be moving. I know it goes up. It says there's 2. Global position. Is it the second position that I need to get? I don't know why that's happening. Because it seems like this is just whatever the target, like starting target is. What is that? I think that's the nav agent height. Nav region. What's it called? Nav mesh. Cell height. Yeah, so that's just getting that. Then this one is still essentially the same. Oh, for feckity hell. God damn it. I don't know why it does that. Huh. Mike, if you're still there, you said you did this for your drones. Do you know what's happening? Like, I get too far away. And it just stops moving. Oops. I really need to get that rotation balancing. Oh, we're not using a nav agent. We're not using a nav agent for this, Mike. It's... So, like, I'd have to draw the nav debug lines. So optimize I have set as true. It's a packed vector 3 array. So that's the first position. Which we skip because the first position is basically just our current position. Nav region. Don't need any of that. Yeah, there's nothing. There's this one, map get path. That might be better. Oh, I mean, that's what I'm using. What do I set that to false? Unoptimized. Ooh. Oh, I know why that's happening. I don't know why that's happening. I'm here right now. Why would that not? Like, the nav region exists, so why would it? I think what I need to do nav path 1. Next path Y. It's the global position Y. But that's gonna have a problem when we go up. Like when we're traveling up. Actually no, because this takes place after we've lerped up. There's something that's stopping it. What? Okay, so there's something with this. Character global position. Okay, so I think I need to start looping over them. And find... We need to grab 0. We need to go for path in nav path. We go if we go next path equals path, and if the nav starts distance to next path is greater than or equal to that, we break. I just want to see if that filters out stuff that's like too close. Apparently not. Let's do that. There's one at 0.6. But it's not moving. Why isn't it moving? Why does it not move? It works, and then it decides to not work. Next path. Next path. That'll be why. That's why. It's lerping. It's lerping towards the next path. So when there's multiple paths, that's why. It's because it's lerping towards the path. This is why lerping was going to be a problem. I think we found our issue that we need to work on tomorrow. Angular velocity. Set that towards vector 3, 0. I think that'll just stop it rotating though. Yeah, it's gonna stop it. Global rotation X or Z. Character global rotation X. Look the current towards 0, 0. Hit Z. Then same thing, but for Z. Just to gradually correct its balance. Maybe that. I don't understand these nav paths. Like, why is it... Why is it moving it over there? What? I don't know. We're gonna deal with all that tomorrow. Drone does move toward position around player, but attempting to get this working with a nav path to have pathfinding. We will deal with that tomorrow. Tomorrow. Right now, my brain needs to turn off for a little bit and do some Parabox. Alright. Let's do this. We're not going to finish it. Not going to finish it this time. We will finish it at some point. Just not this time. Alright. Oh. That's crap. If I push that way, and I go out the bottom, push it up, I still can't get over to the right. That's the only thing I could do. But then going that way, I was supposed to push it out of itself. Oh. Oh. I don't think I'm supposed to put that one out of itself. Oh, I see it though. Yeah. I am supposed to use the infinite. There we go. Man, this one really does your head in, doesn't it? Ah. This be a puzzler. It's like the only way I can move it. And there's like no space. This one has me confused. We can't get onto the other side. And that's not going to let me do anything but from that. Oh my god. Can't push him out. I can't leave. we can't re-enter when we exit. Huh? Ah! That's how. Ah. Wait, that's an infinite box. I see. Get out. Mo boxes, mo problems. That's exactly right. Dog's gonna explode with puppies any day now. And it's gonna be gross and happy. Let's see, we need that there. Pop you at oh. Nope. Well, that ain't good. That's the current process. Ah. Yeah, that's how we do it. Okay, so we have another one of these. You're a clone box. Interesting. What up, Wolf? You are late, but that's perfectly fine. We're trying to figure out this parabox. It's been a little bit insane. Little bit insane. We have a clone box, which is just a clone of this box in the center. We have an infinite box, which is basically the outside of this box, like if I do that sort of thing. But now I can't go anywhere. I can push it out there. The paradox today is infinite. Infinite. I got no idea what the hell to do though. Obviously I can get you there, but I need this one. I need to pop out the right of it. But I don't know how I would do that. You just go outside to the right to get there? No, because that pops me outside there. And if I put that one there, then I've got no block. And if I do that, then all I've done is move that block to another spot. And that just does some weird ass whatever it just did. It just does some weird ass of that. It's a real pickle. If you place the box at the most right and go outside, then what happens? Ooh. Ooh, that's not... Yeah. Ah, someone's using their noodle. There we go. That's the smart one. Would you look at that? Thank you, Wolf. Oh, I would have been stuck on that for a long time. So, yeah, having that there means I pop out there. Whoops. Yeah. Yeah, that works, Wolf. That's gonna work for so many of these. Now we do that. I can't just move this over there, because in doing so, I now can't move it back. Ah, you're the clone of that one. Ah. Okay. So with that being a clone of the other, so this being a clone of this, I could put you there and push you out the top. No, push you out the top when you're there. Yeah, getting this one up here, that's easy. That's not going to do anything. Ah, this is going to be interesting. Ooh, hello. I think I should be able. No. That'll be the issue. I can't get that out again. Can't even enter it to push stuff out the top. I have to use this somehow. Now I can't get that one up into the slot. Extra? I put this one to the top. Anything I push out the top comes out here. This is a clone of this, so when I enter this, I appear in here. Anything I put in here appears in here. And if I put this over here, I can push this one out the top here and get it there. Can't get that back out. Shit. I did not mean that. I wonder... if I go out like that... like that. That's how we do it. Perfect. Oof. Ads coming in. How do I... Alright, do you just want words for this ad break? Who wants words? Alright, guess we're not doing words. Sounds good. So how do I get this? You try to get inside the one that you just got outside from. I can get inside it, like... The only issue... If it's only us, we'll lose. That's true. It's very true. I need to get out this one. Aha! Aha! There we go. Beautiful. I like it. Put it inside itself so that I can push it out. Hello, certified. Shocked. I know, right, Aphonia? I'm going to do that. Voila. Easy. I have not. I have not. So I gotta stack these in a certain way. There we go. It's on Steam. I've played a few. Let's see. Interesting. Action platformer with size-changing mechanics. Interesting. What do they mean by size-changing mechanics? It's just like changing your size. Yeah, so just that sort of thing. Okay. Looks like a good little platformer.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. That doesn't look too bad. Yeah. Looks like a good little game. Now I have to stack 2 boxes in each other. The same thing as last time, I think. Do that. That. No. There we go. Yeah. Uh-oh. I've lost myself. Do that. Do that. Cause a chain of paradoxes. Hell yes. I like it. God damn. Thank you very much, local. What's happening here? Wondering if I need both of these stacked like so. No, because then I can't get out. No, because then the greens will exit to themselves. Browns will exit to themselves. So maybe the infinite green. Yeah, it's the infinite. Damn it. Didn't want that. Let's do that. And that. Now I think I put them all in there. So I can't push the green out. Shit. I can't enter there. So we do that. Shit. It's so close. I don't think I put the clone box in there. I think I just put you in there. Nope. Not quite. Because that's the clone. No, that's the infinite. You're trapped up there. That's the clone that's trapped up there. Yes, it is. Aussie mode is 1K. I don't care. Let's see. So we have the light green up there. We have the light brown in there. Brown's still down there. No, I'm still in the green, which is in the infinite. So I need to get the brown out the top. Which should... hang on. Let's do this. No, but now you're going to loop around infinitely. No, I can't get out. I feel maybe I need one of the green ones to be left back there. How do you deal with sad astronaut? Do you give him a little space? Tricky. I get annoyed at anyone that constantly makes fake complaints. Because if people just make fake complaints, then how am I supposed to know when a real complaint comes through and be able to act on it? I don't think I want it all the way against the wall, though. I think I want it up there a little bit. It was a valid complaint. My opinion matters. Not really. Not in the context of my stream. Because that'll put that in there. So if I do that... Aha! Let's see, let's move that over like so. So maybe I want that one. Let's see. Do that. Now we're trapped in infinite loop. Okay, so I need that green box. Be pushed up. Now what? Now which one? We're allowed to complain. Tricky, tricky. If you don't like the channel redeem, don't redeem it. It's very simple. It's very simple. If you see a pile of dog shit in the road, don't step in it. Walk around it. It's very simple. Now we need this. Please. Like I'm gonna travel to Belgium to do that. Come on. Come on. Damn it. Yeah, I'm just infinitely looping again. Okay, so I think what I need to do... I need to get the light brown one. No, the brown infinite here. The green infinite there. The brown there, the green there. Brown infinite green. Brown, green, brown, green. Yep. Brown goes there. Ah, of course. out of here first. Shit. Huh. How the hell did I get the green infinite to be there? I don't even remember how I did that last time. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so if we do... So we do need a green and a brown, and a brown and a green. And a green and another brown. No, a brown and another green. Question, how do you deal with the tiredness that comes being in front of light shining on you for 12 plus hours? There is no tiredness. There is no tiredness. That's how. Do that. We can't enter through that, yep. So I think that means... Yeah, there's no way to push it out from there. So I think it might actually need to be the green infinite first. AI can't get tired. Exactly. Hypno's responses are programmed into the data stream. Couldn't be easier to read. Very, very simple. Now I'm trapped. That was close though. push this one up to the top. So now, shit, just causes an infinite. That just causes a loop. Dang it. Alright, so we need to get the infinite from there. Then push you over there. So I think if I try to push this to that, that does work. Because now I just loop infinitely again. Oh, I just need one more of them. That's frustrating. It's very frustrating. Recharges with an outlet at the end of the day. His body's a vacuum cleaner. I wish. My body sucks harder than a vacuum cleaner. What up, Kage? How's things? He's melting his brain with paraboxes. I know. It's so fun. How did I get here? Dang it. No idea what's happening, but game looks cool. This is Patrick's Parabox. It's a very fun puzzle game. It slightly melts the brain. I'll explain a little bit what's happening. So we need one of these boxes to be on this square. Like, we need one box on each of these squares. And then we need to stand on this square. This box is an infinite box, which is the outside of this box. This is a clone of this box, And same with these. This is a clone of this box, which is contained in this, like its edges are this box sort of thing. So if I was to put this there and go into here, I can then push out of that infinite box. So, with that, I need that there. Oh, there's also that. I need to put all of these in here. Then we need to do that. Now that's an infinite. So what I need to do now I think no. I think I need... No. Oh, hello. That's not gonna work. Because I can't enter. Okay. I need the infinite on the right. I think. Then I need this to go out the top. To do that, I need to have it. Hey, look at that. Look at that. God damn. Don't ask me how I did it, but I did it. Okay, so in this one, in this one, we are the box. So you could see how inside me I've got these two blue boxes. This is a clone of me. This is the infinite me. There's a little green one down here. I can't enter from the bottom or the right. So if I do this, I can't get that out. I can't get that out because I'm inside myself right now. How am I supposed to do this? Okay. Not quiet. I have to use these two somehow. But how? No. Okay, so we go down, go over, we do that. So we've got our two blues, got our green. Okay. There's got to be a way to get it off the ground. There's got to be. So that sends me out. That's a wall because the infinite block that is my outside is against an edge. So It's just gonna do an infinite cycle. Ow. Damn it. Didn't need it to be there. Jesus. Alright. 2 more puzzles, and then we'll be done for the day, I think. There are so many more puzzles that need to be done. Okay. I don't know how I'm getting back to the other side, but sure. Huh. Huh. Ain't that interesting? I need to get something into that box there. Shit. I need to leave you on this side, don't I? Needs to be there. Need you against your edge, so you need to be inside there. But we can't get it there, because if we get it there, then we have no way back. Unless we have you there. Okay. There we go like that. Do that. Ooh. Love it. Absolutely love it. Oh, Jesus Christ. How? Oh, it wants me to possess the wall. I need to possess the wall somehow. It is a super cool concept. It is very cool. So we have this is the box that we are inside of. This outside part is currently this box. So we are in the box that is in itself on an infinite loop. But if I put this against the top, that is now this box, the infinite box. So up here is the top of this box. So if I walk out, I'm here. And if I push this out, it pops out there. And then I pop out of it. If I enter this, I just enter that. If I put that there and I put that there, we can enter infinite space and create a double paradox. Or sorry, a chained paradox. And just kind of completely mess everything up for all eternity. And now I'm the wall. What type of puzzle is that? God damn it. Infinite enter. God, and there's still another set of puzzles after this. Oh my god. We've done like 400 of these puzzles already. Alright. Alright. We need to find someone to raid. Who are we raiding? Who are we raiding? Who have I raided recently? I don't think we've raided Wingpoo before. I don't think so. Who did we raid last night? Gonna hit that so I don't look all weird and messy. We didn't raid anyone last night because the stream failed, because the internet failure. Goddamn, duh. Let's see. We raided Adrian Learns. Matt Bird's Quest, Boy of the Stone, Owl, Booyah, Pemmy, Boom, DevSpace, Ninko, Crunch, Zenny, Adagon, Stockhouse. Yeah, we haven't raided. We haven't raided Wing. Let's raid Wing, hey? Fishing. Tricky's always fishing. Always fishing. Doing that deep sea fishing on the internet. Alright. Tomorrow, we will try and get the drone movement working with the nav pathing, like navigation pathing stuff. Thank you to Atticus, Matisse, Big Boy, Code Monkey, Matt, and Mig for the raids. And thank you to all of these lovely chatters. All the lovely chatters. Thank you for all the follows today as well. Much appreciated. Remember to follow and start getting access to the beard and mustache emotes. The best available on Twitch. And yeah, well, you're still at work? Fair enough, Luke. I hope it's going well. Yeah, I want to spend a bit of time getting the navigation pathing and the pathfinding working for the drone, because that's going to be the same thing we use for the rollers and the turrets as well. So, yeah. It's something that ties into everything. G'day, Aphonia. Cyclone Alfred, ouch. Not good. Well, I will catch you all tomorrow. Alright, tomorrow's just a regular Tuesday. So, good night, you dunce.